Havoc has been completely dominant in their head-to-head history, winning roughly 69% of their games together. He's clearly looking to put a stamp on this series early on. Now let's see if Mist can actually claw back into this. Unreal. He barely keeps his head above water in that chaotic trade to take the lead. We're all squared up now as Mist fights back. A quick reminder of why he holds a higher spot on the ladder. Absolute chaos there, but he manages to survive with a sliver of health after holding the ramp. That's a tough break for Mist after his strong showing yesterday. It's a deadlock at 3 apiece for these two. He's certainly making his presence felt on the server today. Havoc just edges ahead, taking a commanding 4-3 lead. That's a strong bounce back after a rough 11-13 result yesterday. The pace has really picked up. These rounds are flying by in a flash. Both of them are showing some incredible composure right now. Havoc holds a slim 1-round cushion heading into round 9. Havoc has a strong grip on the day with a positive 23-13 record over the last 24 hours. It's a sharp contrast to Mist, who has been struggling to close out his series lately. This momentum shift puts a lot of pressure on Mist to find a way back into this one. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything is going according to plan so far for the top seed. He's controlling the flow though. Mist has kept things competitive by clutching a few key points. Time to see if Mist resets. What a way to start the second half. Putting on a huge display of poise to cut the gap. He's really putting the pressure on now. Tough fight out of both of them, but he comes through once more to even things up. This is exactly why the underdog was a dangerous pick today. Havoc claws back a single point to lead 8-7. He's really making that rank 12 spot look earned right now. Havoc stretches his lead to 2 rounds now. He's showing the difference in experience between these two right now. He's completely taken over this half, putting together a powerful run of 3 straight. A stark contrast to his recent 11-25 run today. Mist refuses to go quietly, shutting down that momentum shift to keep this series alive. Havoc is really asserting himself here, steadily pushing his advantage as we head deeper into the game. Mist is showing some real grit, shutting that down instantly to close the gap. That was a lightning fast reaction to secure the point. What a scrap! He scrapes through a brutal exchange to keep his hopes alive. The underdog is refusing to back down in this series. A perfect sequence of shots for Mist, whose 3rd straight victory brings this game back to a dead heat. Havoc answers right back to halt that momentum, putting himself 1 round away from victory. What an unbelievable scramble, he barely survives that war of attrition to force an overtime. Absolute nail-biter of a finish to push this to the wire. This has turned into a total toss-up. One more mistake and the series is over. That's a massive contrast to his recent losses in this series. Havoc is putting the pedal down here, looking for a fast way to end this. A consistent showing throughout the server for the favorite today. A completely effortless exchange for Mist, who is simply refusing to let this series slip away. He's just too fast right now. That's another clean frame for Mist to keep things locked at 14 apiece. Total deadlock now as the momentum shifts completely. A flawless sequence of shots puts Havoc just one step away from closing the series. He's fought incredibly hard to force this into deep water. Game over. He closes the door with a lightning fast shot to take the series. Mist really pushed him to the absolute limit in overtime, but he just couldn't find that final spark. What a fight. What a chaotic start. Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange to draw first blood. Lancer looks great from the ramp and is definitely capitalizing on some early momentum. Mist's recent struggles today are showing in his face. Lancer has an advantage in the overall head-to-head record. It's interesting to see that contrasting with Mist's higher success rate on this specific map, he'll need to use that familiarity to keep the pressure on. Unreal Mist just clawed his way out of that absolute brawl to stay within striking distance. His form has been rough lately, but he's fighting back. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece, total deadlock. It's a completely different story than the 13-7 blowout they had recently. A wild exchange ends with the upper hand going to Mist, taking a commanding lead in the series. A careful dance that ends with Lancer getting a perfect reset to pull even. Lancer seems more settled, especially since he's been the stronger one in the last 24 hours. Mist is looking incredibly sharp right now, capitalizing on that elevation to push his lead. The underdog is really fighting through his slump today. 5 rounds each now, they're completely neck and neck. Mist is certainly feeling the weight of that poor run he's had today. Mist edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 11. A really gritty showing for him today, considering that 11:25 record. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, it's impressive to see him controlling the pace like this given his cold start to the day. He's holding his ground well against Lancer's stronger ranking. Fresh start for both players now. Mist just blew through that ramp defense to put himself in a really strong position. Lancer is clearly the favorite based on the head-to-head numbers. Mist has put together an incredible 4-round streak to really pull away here. So yeah, it's quite a turnaround for him considering he came into this server as the one struggling today. I wonder if he can keep this momentum going through to the finish. He survives by the skin of his teeth after that absolute war, putting his opponent in a deep hole. What a scramble! He nearly goes down in that flurry of shots, but manages to outlast his opponent. Lancer is definitely finding some gaps in the defense, and holding that ramp position really paid off for him. A clean finish here, putting the pressure on Lancer to pull off a miracle. Lancer manages to clear him off the ramp to stave off the end. A huge boost of confidence for Lancer after that nail-biting series of exchanges. Absolutely stunning, Mist shuts the door with a perfect finish to claim the match. He really found his second wind when he needed it, a great way to bounce back from a rough start to the session. Havoc comes out swinging by, securing that height advantage on the Tetris for the opening round. Havoc is just too quick, utilizing the ramp to maintain his early lead. He's certainly living up to that favorite tag so far. A rapid-fire response from that high ground keeps the pressure firmly on Lancer. He's taking total control after that tough loss to Lancer yesterday. Lancer finally answers back with a perfect exchange, refusing to let the lead spiral. He really needed to prove he could hold his own here. Havoc currently holds a commanding lead in their lifelong rivalry with over 600 total wins against Lancer. We're seeing a similar pattern today as he continues to outclass the lower rated player. If Lancer doesn't find a way to slow this down, the game could be over quickly. Lancer is really struggling to close that 5-2 gap. He's still looking to replicate that success from their last head-to-head. These exchanges are happening so quickly, Lancer just doesn't have time to reset. Havoc is practically untouchable with a massive 7-2 lead. His current form matches that 60% win rate he's seen lately. He's simply too fast today, claiming another one to put himself firmly in the driver's seat. A perfect execution to extend the streak and keep the pressure high before the break. Havoc goes into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. Well, it is hard to argue with the rankings when he puts on a show like this. He's clearly the better man today. Lancer needs a big spark here. Lancer's record today is sitting at a modest 18-17. I mean, it's definitely not as strong as Havoc's start, but these late rounds show he can still punch through. Let's see if he can actually turn this around. Lancer is refusing to just let this match slide away, keeping his head in the game despite the deficit. Lancer is really fighting for his life here. Lancer is starting to chip away at that gap, showing he can definitely trade blows with the higher ranked player. He's back in control and just a single point away from victory. That was a clean stop to break the momentum. Unbelievable. Havoc shuts the door completely with a final blast from the Tetris. He's just out of this world today, and he definitely made a statement to get back in their head after that weird loss on Fast Aim. Havoc has looked absolutely dominant in this rivalry, winning nearly 70% of their lifetime encounters, and his current form is significantly stronger than Mist's overall output today. We have to see if Mist can actually break that historical trend. A total scramble on the ramp, but Havoc manages to come out on top. He's definitely utilizing that rating advantage early on. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as we head back. He's fighting a massive deficit in their career total right now. Havoc grabs the lead, putting Mist on the back foot. A much cleaner showing than his recent 12-24 run today. Havoc is really starting to pull away from the pack here, holding that ramp perfectly. A fierce exchange between them on the ramp, but the momentum is firmly with the leader now. The gap in skill between them is starting to feel wide. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, clutching out a 4th straight round. The favorite is firmly in control here. He's simply untouchable right now, putting 5 straight in the books. He's really proving to be the superior player today. A patient fight this time, but he closes the distance and secures another one. He's showing exactly why he's sitting higher on the ladder. Mist manages to shut him down from the ramp and keeps the game interesting. A quick reminder that these two are surprisingly close on this specific map. Havoc heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. The top seed is simply running away with this. He's putting together a huge run to match those pre-game predictions. Mist really needs a huge spark here. What a scrap! Mist digs deep in that exchange to barely walk away alive. The underdog is fighting to stay in the mix. Mist is really starting to challenge the narrative here by taking 2 straight rounds. This is a complete flip from the recent results we've seen today, where the tide usually flows toward the favorite. I'm wondering if Havoc's focus is slipping just as Mist finds his rhythm. He holds the height on the ramp to shut that rally down immediately. Havoc is back in charge with a 3-round cushion. It's a tough spot for the 28th ranked player to claw back from. He's simply not letting up, cleaning up the fight on the ramp to keep this rally alive. A surprisingly gritty performance from the lower ranked player here. A perfect shot to keep the run going. He's closing the gap fast. The momentum shift is becoming impossible to ignore. Total deadlock. Mist is on fire, evening the series after an incredible surge. Absolutely wild to see things completely reset right now. A swift reaction here to halt the momentum and reclaim a slim advantage. Absolutely incredible grit from Mist, picking him off the ramp to lock this series up at 11-all. A complete nail-biter now, despite the gap in their ladders. What a statement. He just steamrolled through that exchange to put himself 1 step away from victory. He is certainly making the most of his chances here. Havoc answers back with a flawless shot, forcing us into a sudden death overtime scenario. Absolutely seamless, he closes it out with a lightning fast read to secure the match. What a way to seal the deal. I cannot believe we're still going. This is practically a coin flip at this point. Mist pulls off another stunner, knocking him right off the ramp to keep this comeback rolling. A huge weight off his shoulders to finally take a lead. What a display of sheer willpower from Mist, moving within a single round of victory. The ladder rankings are looking completely irrelevant at this point. Havoc manages to pick him off the ramp to keep this fight alive. He really needed to put a stop to that collapse. What a finish! Mist closes the door and completes a legendary climb back into the lead. Honestly, I don't think anyone expected the lower seed to pull this off, given how their histories look. He just refused to stay down in that overtime stretch. What a fight! Lancer holds a narrow lead in their career, head-to-head with 998 wins. Though the momentum has shifted recently, as Mist has taken the last 3 encounters. This early round puts a lot of pressure on Mist to keep this particular streak alive. Lancer is completely taking over, sweeping through the early stages without taking a single hit. A quick response here, showing he's got the grit to stay in this match. Lancer is still heavily favored based on their higher ladder seed. Lancer is running away with it at 4-1. Despite the historical map edge going to Mist, it's not translating today. Lancer is just outclassing him right now, using that wine cellar spot to keep the pressure high. Lancer has put up a tough fight today, but his overall form is shaky with an 18-17 record over the last day. It's clear that Mist is feeling more confident right now after coming off a fresh victory against Havoc. This win brings him right back into the game. Lancer's firmly in control now, leading it 6-3. The matchup is tighter than the ladder positions suggest. Lancer has definitely found a way to shut things down, putting a real dent in Mist's chances for a comeback. Lancer is dominating, widening the gap to 8-3. A rough afternoon for Mist overall with a 12-24 record today. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's really capitalized on that 3-round burst to seize the advantage. Despite Mist having the better historical win rate on Italy, he struggled to keep pace here. Time for Mist to wake up. claws one back, trailing by 3 now. He's definitely starting to close that gap in their overall head-to-head. Lancer keeps the momentum swinging his way at 9-5. The higher seed is really leaning into his rank advantage. The tide is turning. Mist is starting to put together a serious run to carve out this comeback. Both of them have been fighting for their lives today. Lancer's really pulling away now, sitting comfortably at 10-6. Lancer's overall head-to-head advantage is really starting to show. Lancer keeps the pressure on with a 10-7 lead. Mist is certainly punching up against a higher rated opponent here. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, simply refusing to let Mist build any sort of momentum. These last few rounds have been incredibly fast. They're just trading blows at this point. A lightning fast round to get another one on the board. He's refusing to go away, taking another clean round to keep this fight alive. He's playing with a lot more fire than he did earlier this afternoon. Lancer shuts it down quickly, putting himself just a single round away from victory. Mist is showing some incredible spirit here, refusing to let the map slip away. What a closing statement. Lancer finishes the series with a lightning fast shot to seal the victory. Mist really pushed him to the edge there, fighting back from that early deficit with some insane reaction times. He just barely ran out of steam. Heart-pounding series. Lancer makes a strong start, picking Havoc right off those planks to open the map. Havoc is putting on the pressure early, catching Lancer right as he stepped onto that ramp. The head-to-head record heavily favors the favorite here. Havoc has historically dominated this pairing with a 71% win rate, and that confidence is clearly showing in how he's handling the pressure today. So yeah, it will take a significant shift in energy for Lancer to carve out any space here. Lancer is playing with a lot of speed right now, and he just took total control of those planks to even things up. The gap between these two on the ladder is clearly shrinking tonight. Havoc just punished Lancer for sticking to the ramp, grabbing a narrow lead as we head into round 6. Havoc is putting on a clinic with his positioning, and that ramp shot was simply too quick for Lancer. He's really putting that rank 12 status on display. He's taking complete control here, securing another flawless round for himself. Lancer definitely looks shaken after that rough 5-13 loss in their last meeting. He's just completely locked in now, securing a 4th straight round. The pressure is really mounting for someone already sitting at rank 23. Just an absolute landslide now as he extends the run to 5 straight. That's a strong showing compared to his recent clash with Mist. Lancer finally answers back, ending the onslaught with a clean burst. He needs a few more of those to really flip this script. Lancer just couldn't find the angle to clear that window, and Havoc is quickly sliding toward the lead. A brutal day so far for Lancer. Havoc takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's simply playing his game here. Lancer is struggling to keep up with the higher ranked player as this match follows the expected script. Time for a clean slate. Lancer has definitely found a way to shake off some of that pressure, and it's a necessary shift considering he's barely above a 46% all-time win rate. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this momentum and actually turn the tide of the series. Havoc holds that ramp perfectly to shut down the momentum and keep the lead. Just a steady performance from a player who's gone 23-12 today. Havoc is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. He has an 18-17 record over the last day. He's totally in command of this match, putting together another string of victories. Lancer is really struggling to bridge the gap today. He completely takes over from the toolbox, moving just 1 point away from victory. Wow. Lancer digs deep and manages to win a chaotic firefight right off that wine box. That was an incredibly tight exchange for the round. What a finish! He shuts the door with a final shot from the ramp to secure the victory. He's really just taking over the server today. Lancer fought hard, but it's tough to shake a guy who's this comfortable in the pocket. Mist came out flying and completely shut him down on that box. Havoc has a huge 69% head-to-head win rate over Mist. And that historical dominance is exactly why we expect him to take control of this series. It will be interesting to see if Mist can pull off another surprise like he did in their last meeting. Mist is absolutely dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. Mist was looking like soon to be unstoppable, but Havoc just stepped back into the mix. A great way to shake off the dust after that loss to Mist earlier. We've got a total deadlock now with everything squared at 3 apiece. The gap in the ladder rankings is starting to feel very real. Unbelievable, he barely survives that exchange, but that's 3 straight for Havoc. It's a rough stretch for Mist, who's struggling today at 12 and 24. Absolutely effortless, that's 4 on the bounce for the frontrunner. He really looks like the stronger seed in this series. A sharp reaction from Mist to secure this point. We are back to a dead heat at 5-all. He's really shaking things up as the underdog here. Havoc manages to edge ahead with a tight 6-5 lead. He is certainly playing the part of the favorite right now. We're locked at 6-all heading into the break. I mean, it's a stalemate for now, but Havoc is still playing with the composure you'd expect from the top seed. He'll need to maintain that focus to close this out. Let's see who blinks first. Mist has reclaimed the lead, putting Havoc on the back foot. He's making a real case for the underdog today. What a scrap. He closed back the lead just in time to tie things up at 7 apiece. Pure survival instincts on that one, walking away with a sliver of health. Havoc pushes ahead again, holding a slim 1-point cushion. He's looking much sharper than he did against Mist earlier today. He simply outclasses his opponent from the box to extend this run to 3 straight. He's really putting that higher seed to use right now. A swift answer from Mist to keep things competitive. Still very much a toss-up given how they matched up on red line. Unbelievable, that was a complete war of attrition, but he manages to hold on for the win. His overall activity today has been incredibly high. He is absolutely punishing Mist right now. That's a really quick succession of rounds. A crisp shot, and he moves within a single point of victory. He's really asserting himself as the superior seed in this match. Game over. He finishes the sequence with a perfect shot to secure the match. He really showed his class here and managed to secure the revenge win after that tough loss on redline. Lancer currently holds a slight lead with 999 total wins in their history together. He's really looking to leverage that long-term psychological edge after taking the first round. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can break that pattern today. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange, clutching the victory with a sliver of life left. His current 12-24 run today has been tough to shake. Both players are deadlocked at 2 apiece now. Lancer has certainly held his own against this opponent in the past. What a chaotic exchange. Both players were nearly empty, but he managed to secure the edge. Lancer is certainly playing with a bit more confidence today. A complete stalemate at 3-all as we reset. Mist is really fighting to erase that loss from their previous meeting. Lancer pulls ahead by 1, putting the pressure on. Lancer's 18-17 record today shows exactly how grindy his day has been. Mist has been struggling quite a bit today with a 12-24 record across his matches. It means he's fighting an uphill battle, not just against Lancer, but against his own momentum. He needs to find a way to stabilize before this gap opens up further. Lancer is just untouchable right now, extending the streak to 4. He's definitely continuing the form from their Italy match. A huge play here as he drops another, taking out the target from the ramp. He's really capitalizing on those rank advantages right now. Lancer takes a big lead at 9-3. I mean, we expected a tight fight, but he's completely outclassed Mist so far. He really owned the pace with that 6-round run to close the half. Mist needs a spark. Lancer is just running away with it at 10-3. A tough day at the office for the rank 28 player. Lancer is just completely in control here, leaving Mist with almost no room to breathe. The rate in difference is minimal, but the results today are stark. Mist is finally putting up some resistance, taking a quick round to break that momentum. Lancer pushes back hard, putting himself on the verge of closing this out. He's certainly making a case for being the heavy favorite. A patient exchange here, but he eventually gets the read on his opponent. That was a much tighter battle than the previous exchange. Mist continues to fight back, shutting down the attempt to end this quickly. That's a really clean pair of rounds to pull off. He is on a roll now, refusing to let Lancer close this out easily. Lancer finally looks rattled after losing 3 in a row. He's simply refusing to go down, securing yet another perfect round to keep the dream alive. That is an incredible swing of momentum in a very short time. He just cannot be stopped right now, extending that hot streak to 5. Absolutely ruthless efficiency on those entries lately. He's just unstoppable right now, securing another victory to keep this comeback alive. He's completely flipped the script on the whole match. He's simply too hot right now, claiming a 7th straight round to stay in this. Lancer really needed to find an answer after the way this game started. Absolutely electric, he has surged back to level the series, forcing this match into a sudden death tiebreaker. Simply an incredible run of form as the momentum continues to swing his way. He's barely shaking the nerves now, just cruising through these exchanges. He's simply in a league of his own right now, securing a double-digit streak. The timing on that shot was just flawless. What a brawl. Lancer finally answers back after a punishing stretch to bring the score to 13-14. He's finally found his footing after that brutal run. Both of them were practically empty after that slugfest, but Mist manages to survive and push this match to the absolute limit. A tight response to keep this fight going. Unbelievable. Mist secures the final blow and completes an epic ascent to take the entire match. I've never seen a turnaround like that. After such a rough day overall, he really dug deep to get the job done. What a fight! Havoc has a massive lead in their personal history, winning about 71% of their previous encounters. This is a pairing where the favorite is clearly in control of the mental game. Let's see if Lancer can shake that off early. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, coming up the ramp to claim another round. He's completely untouchable right now, moving into a 3-round skid for the opponent. A quick answer from Havoc to get back in this. Lancer is definitely feeling the heat after that toughest 13-7 loss earlier. And just like that, Havoc brings us back to a dead heat. Havoc really seems to be in a groove today after that strong win against Mist. Havoc is on fire, securing another win from the ramp to climb back into the lead. Havoc is really showing that rating edge today. Lancer answers back immediately to level things up. Both players are showing identical success rates on this particular layout. Havoc clings to a slim 1-round lead right now. His rank 11 standing is definitely showing through right now. Havoc keeps the momentum going, using that ramp angle to pull even further ahead. He's really maximizing his advantage in this head-to-head matchup. He's just too fast from that ramp position, capping off a strong sequence here. A tough stretch for Lancer, who is already 17-18 over the last day. We go into the break at 8-4. The favorite is doing exactly what he needs to do here. Havoc used a big 4-round run to separate himself and take a firm grip on this match. Lancer needs a big response here. Lancer just can't find a way to secure his footing, and Havoc is punishing him for trying to play the ramp. He's really making his presence felt after those last couple of bouts. Lancer puts on a clinic from that ramp position, proving he can still compete with a higher rated player. Havoc is just taking over here, utilizing that high ground on the boxes to keep Lancer pinned down. The higher rank is really asserting control as the match winds down. Lancer manages to outplay him there, pulling off a clean victory despite Havoc having the ramp advantage. He has a tough road ahead after that rough 13-16 loss to Mist. Lancer is fighting for every single round here, but Havoc is just refusing to let this slip away. He's looked really sharp today with those 23 wins. That was a real toss-up on the ramp, but Lancer had the slightly faster reaction there. A couple of rounds back, and we see a familiar fight. An absolute blur of a round, putting him just a single step away from victory. A sudden stop for the leader as Lancer fires back with a clean headshot. The underdog is refusing to go down without a fight. He's showing some real grit, digging in for a second consecutive win to keep the dream alive. He's completely neutralized the pressure for a moment. Unbelievable. Havoc closes the door with a stunning final blow to secure the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the limit in those final moments, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a fight! Havoc enters this with a commanding head-to-head lead of 456-207. It's clear he's the dominant force in this specific pairing, but the early momentum is currently shifting toward Mist. It'll be interesting to see if that gap starts to close today. Havoc is still firmly in control at 2-1. The early exchanges have been absolute fireworks, and now we're deadlocked at 2-all. Mist just clawed back the lead to make it 3-2. His current form is a welcome change from the earlier 13-8 defeat. We've hit a complete stalemate now, 3 apiece. He's definitely looked more comfortable in his matches today. Havoc is really starting to build some pressure here, pushing for a 3-round lead. A strong showing for the number 11 seed so far. Mist puts the pressure on, catching Havoc right there on the wine crates. He is really fighting the script as the underdog in this one. Mist keeps the edge, holding a tight 5-4 lead. That was a great exchange, but he manages to come out on top and extend his run to 3. Havoc manages to answer back, narrowing the gap right before the break. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is a surprising turn of events. The lower ranked player is comfortably ahead and looking very confident right now. Time for a fresh start. Mist maintains a slender 1-round lead for now. His recent run of form has clearly translated into this set. Mist really has the historical edge here with a 51% win rate on this map. He's playing the underdog role perfectly by keeping Havoc off balance. If he can push the lead any further, the momentum shift might become permanent. Mist is surging ahead, now holding a 2-round cushion. Hard to imagine him conceding the favorite spot right now. Mist is really starting to put a grip on this series, refusing to let Havoc back into the game. A total shutout here, and the momentum is starting to swing back in Havoc's favor. The gap in their ladder seems to be closing fast. He's refusing to go away, continuing a gritty rally to keep the score tight. He's absolutely on fire now, erasing that early deficit to tie things up at 10-all. A quick reaction there as he regains the lead. It's an impressive fight for the ranked 27 seed. That was a blink and you miss it exchange, and we're back to a dead heat. He's showing incredible grit to claw back into this, moving just a single point away from victory. Unreal, he closes out the match in total style to secure the victory. He really fought for every single pixel there. To see someone push the seed 11 that hard is just awesome. What a fight. Lancer is normally the stronger player in this head-to-head with 999 wins, but the recent momentum has shifted completely. He's currently on a 3-game skid, and you can tell he's having a hard time finding his feet against Mist today. What a scramble! Both players were nearly out of health, but Lancer somehow manages to scrape through that fight to even things up. The two are remarkably close in the rankings right now. Mist now holds the edge with a 2-1 lead. Mist definitely remembers that last 16-13 victory from their previous outing. Lancer pulls them level at 2 apiece. Mist is fighting an uphill battle after that rough 13-23 day. Lancer is taking control here, having quickly shut down any hope of a Mist comeback. Total dead heat now. Lancer and Mist are locked at 3. Lancer has a narrow edge in their lifetime head-to-head. Lancer puts himself on top with a 4-3 lead. It's high stakes here for both, sitting right in the middle of the pack. Both of them were fighting for that same space on the ramp, but Mist was just a fraction faster. He's certainly playing a different kind of game today. Absolutely wild exchange. Mist barely walks away from that slugfest with his life. Lancer is looking a bit rattled after that scrap. Lancer really needs to shake off that recent slump. Lancer hits back and we're tied at 5 apiece. A surprising struggle today for Lancer, given his overall dominance in the history books. Mist regains his composure to move ahead 6-5. A bit of a climb for the number 27 rated player here. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, this perfectly mirrors the neutral outlook we had coming into the map. Neither player is blinking, so it really comes down to who stays cleaner in the second half. Time to see who's colder. Mist just reclaimed the lead, putting Lancer under pressure. A really sharp reaction to secure that round. He's fighting back a bit after that tough start to the day. Lancer holds that ramp perfectly to put the pressure right back on Mist. Lancer has a slightly better track record over their long history together. Lancer barely clings to that single round advantage. The momentum is swinging, but Mist still holds the overall edge here. Another, a complete shutout, and now the momentum has shifted entirely in his favor. Just a few points of difference on the ladder between these two. That was a surprisingly slow engagement, but he manages to shut it down without taking any damage. Lancer's recent form hasn't been great, sitting at 40% lately. Lancer's run today has been tough, with that 17-18 record over the last 24 hours showing he's fighting for consistency. But he is really starting to turn the tide in this specific series. He's firmly in control now as we head into the final stretch. Absolute chaos as we've hit a dead stalemate at 10. He's just too quick for him right now, taking a third straight to climb back into the lead. The gap in the ladder is barely a factor right now. A completely untouched finish. He's now just a single round away from victory. He's just completely shut him out of the server lately. Lancer delivers a fierce response to keep his hopes alive in this series. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog in this spot. Unbelievable. He manages to close out the series in a chaotic firefight to claim the victory. That was an absolute nail-biter. Mist just keeps getting the better of Lancer in these high-tension encounters. He really earned this one. What a match. Havoc has the clear upper hand here, owning a huge 71% win rate in their head-to-head history. And given that Lancer has dropped his last 4 matches in a row, the confidence gap between these two is wide. It's really up to Lancer to find a way to break this trend. Lancer is just playing out of his mind right now, taking the lead after catching Havoc right there on the box. Unbelievable. Lancer barely survives that one, clamping down to keep the streak alive. The underdog is really making a statement early on. Havoc answers back, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. He's definitely playing like the higher rated seed right now. We've got a deadlock now with things sitting at 3 apiece. He's clearly using the momentum from that 13-11 victory over Mist. He secures another clean win from the box, extending his run to 3 straight. Lancer's recent form has been a struggle, and it's showing here. Lancer answers right back, bringing the score level again. It's a surprising sight given how heavily he's been dominated in their past meetings. Lancer edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round lead. Lancer is really turning the tables today. Lancer is completely taking over now, putting together a formidable 3-round run. Havoc puts a stop to that slide and keeps things close as we head toward the break. Just a quick reset before they head into the half. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected this. We're seeing a total reversal of the usual dynamic as the underdog is actually controlling the pace of this series. Let's see if the momentum holds. Lancer holds onto a narrow edge at 7-6. Quick reaction there, keeping a close eye on the board. Havoc has been in incredible form lately with a 23-12 record over the last day. It's honestly surprising that he isn't capitalizing on that momentum right now. He's really letting this opportunity slip away. He completely shuts down that rally, adding a 3rd consecutive win to his side. Lancer is really fighting his way out of that slump. He just can't be stopped, picking up another effortless win to push his lead to 11. It's a total nightmare for the higher rated side of this match. Havoc quickly secures the lead back, preventing any further damage. He's definitely trying to climb back toward that top 10 spot. Havoc is starting to claw back into this, really capitalizing on Lancer's sudden dip in form. Havoc just burns him right off the box, keeping his sudden surge alive. Good lord, what a fight. He barely makes it through that exchange, surviving with a sliver of health to secure another round. Unreal. He takes total control from the box to force this deadlock. A complete shift in the energy of this match. Lancer shuts him down completely, putting himself just a single point away from victory. Absolutely incredible. Havoc has fought back from the depths to force a complete deadlock at 12-all. Absolute chaos now with both sides completely deadlocked. He's showing incredible grit, securing another quick win to retake the lead in this grueling series. The pressure is finally starting to weigh on him. Lancer just tightened the screws, refusing to let this match slide away from him. A massive grit showing from the number 24 seed. Absolute madness. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health after that intense trade. Absolute nerves of steel to close that out. Lancer is absolutely on fire, taking this one with ease to put himself on match point. Lancer has completely rewritten the script for this duel. Havoc refuses to go down without a fight, keeping this dream alive with a quick reaction. That's exactly what we need to see before the final deciding point. Simply outclassed in this exchange, and he's now just one step away from the finish. This whole series has just been a complete coin toss. Lancer is sitting pretty at 16, just waiting for one more. Lancer still leads by 2, sitting at 17. He's putting up a fight despite that ranking gap. Lancer stays in the driver's seat at 17-16. He is really fighting to bring this series back to a tie. Havoc has forced a complete stalemate at 17 all. The seed difference is practically invisible at this point. Havoc takes the lead, moving ahead 18-17. He's really asserting himself as the better player today. Lancer evens things up, leaving us tied at 18. Neither of them is letting the other breathe in this marathon. Lancer manages to reclaim a slender 19-18 lead. Lancer pulls ahead by 2, taking a commanding 20-18 lead. He's really proving that the rating difference doesn't matter today. Lancer clings to a single round cushion at 20-19. Absolute chaos as we reach a fever pitch in this series. Lancer keeps his poise, extending the lead to 21. The pressure is really getting to the top seed in this clash. Havoc is trailing by a hair, sitting at 20. He's truly wrestling this series back into his control. At that heat, we're completely leveled at 21 apiece. A complete deadlock in the deepest waters of this match. Havoc finally grabs the advantage, pushing ahead 22-21. Havoc is finally pulling away with a 23-21 lead. Havoc is really surging ahead now, leading 24-21. The momentum is shifting back to where it should be. Havoc is really cruising now with a 4-round cushion. He just wouldn't let Lancer break through that wall at the end. A truly grueling experience for both of them. What a fight! Havoc holds a massive lead in the head-to-head record, having taken the majority of their career encounters. It makes sense that he's the heavy favorite here, but Mist clearly doesn't feel that pressure. Let's see if the lower-rated player can keep the momentum. He is simply not missing, moving into a 3-round tear to start the map. The rating difference isn't showing up at all right now. A fierce exchange of fire there, but he manages to claw one back. It's a surprising start for someone with such a high ladder rank. He's putting up a real fight now, shutting everything down to put his opponent on the defensive. A total deadlock on the ramp, but Mist wins the race to the trigger. A solid response from someone sitting currently outside the top 20. Havoc enters this match with a strong 23-12 record today. It's a stark contrast to how he's playing this specific duel. He really needs to dig in and stop the momentum before this slips away. He just walked right through that one, a completely clean finish to keep the pressure on. The confidence is starting to return to his game. What an absolute scramble! Mist barely edges that out, surviving by a hair. That was way too close for comfort. Mist is dominating this, a huge 7-3 lead. Mist is looking surprisingly sharp after a tough day at the office. Havoc is trailing by 3, fighting a steep uphill climb. A tough stretch today for the trailing player overall. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing way above his weight class right now. Havoc usually owns this matchup, but he's looking rattled by a very aggressive underdog. Time to see who blinks first. He's showing some real grit now, deleting his opponent in the blink of an eye. The momentum is shifting back to the favorite now. Mist is still holding a slender 2-round advantage. That's a big result considering his total record today. Mist keeps his grip on a 3-round cushion. His recent form has been leaning towards the shaky side. Absolute control on display here as he extends this run to 3. He's absolutely flipping the script on the rankings right now. A fast response here to halt that run. A tight series considering the gap between their ladder rankings. He's refusing to go away, claiming another round to keep this comeback alive. A much needed spark for someone who has struggled recently. What a display! He is just completely outclassing his opponent right now. Mist puts on a clinic from the ramp to keep his lead. A massive shift from the usual outcomes for these two. The favorite's run ends abruptly as Mist secures a second straight round to reach match point. The pressure is really starting to mount for Havoc now. Unbelievable. Mist shuts the door with a perfect finish to claim the series. He really fought back to keep it interesting, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. Lancer claims the early advantage by holding that ramp position perfectly. Lancer looks incredibly sharp right now, ending these encounters before Mist can even react. A strong start for the guy who struggled in his last few games. Lancer currently leads the lifetime head-to-head with 999 wins. Well, the momentum is shifting since Mist has won the majority of their most recent encounters. I wonder if the underdog can keep this pressure high. Lancer just keeps camping that ramp, and it is paying off in a big way. Mist has historically performed better in these specific map encounters. He simply too fast, taking full control of the map with another effortless victory. He's just in a different league right now, adding a 4th straight to his tally. Quite a turnaround after those recent losses against Havoc. Finally, he finds his footing and puts a halt to that run. The underdog's recent 13-9 victory against Havoc is weighing in. Mist is really liking the high ground today, using that ramp to claw back into this game. The numbers are nearly identical between these two on the ladder. He's completely shifted the energy of this set, picking up another round to keep the climb going. A steady exchange that's ultimately converted in his favor. He's definitely fighting back from that tough set against Havoc earlier. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, we expected a toss-up, and this is delivering exactly that. He's managed to ignore his recent slump to stay just ahead of Mist. Let's see who adapts faster here. He's continuing his charge, refusing to let the early deficit define his game. A really clean execution to close that one out. What a turnaround, a huge play from the ramp to bring the score level at 7-7. A total reset as we head into a completely fresh phase. Mist completely clears the ramp to take a slim lead, refusing to let his opponent regain any footing. The pressure is clearly mounting for the guy trailing in the series. And he answers right back, bringing us back to an even deadlock. Lancer is finally starting to erase that previous loss from their last encounter. Lancer edges ahead by 1, reclaiming a narrow lead. He's really putting that 1449 rating to work right now. A quick encounter here, and the underdog has officially tied things up at 9-all. An incredibly tight window on that final kill. Lancer strikes back to hold a narrow 1-round advantage. Both of these competitors are sitting on identical ratings today. A complete stalemate as Mist outplays him from the ramp to even things up. A total toss-up as we enter the final stretch. He's completely ignoring the pressure, shutting things down from the ramp to reclaim the lead. A massive performance from the guy who was trailing earlier. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he somehow digs deep to secure the tie. That was an incredibly tight finish for the winner. The resilience on display is incredible as he secures this lead from the ramp. He's really capitalizing on the momentum he's built today. What a way to end regulation. That burst of speed forces a complete deadlock at 12-all. Lancer manages to clear the ramp and secures a crucial point here. This matches up perfectly with the overall head-to-head lead. What a display of grit, shutting this down from the ramp to force a deadlock at 13-all. Neither player is giving an inch as we enter overtime. Lancer just won that Battle of the Heights, securing a thin lead as we move further into the extra frames. A total shutdown here, evening the series at 14-14 after an incredible display of persistence. A brutal sequence of trades as we keep trading blows. Lancer reacts just a hair faster to seize a pivotal advantage here. Absolutely unbelievable! Lancer secures the victory and closes out the series in dramatic fashion. He just barely edged him out in an absolute war of attrition. Lancer really had to dig deep to get his first victory over Mist in quite some time. What a fight. Havoc holds a commanding 71% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's usually the one dominating this specific matchup. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can actually shift that dynamics today. What a scramble! Lancer barely clutched that one out after holding the wine. He's really defying the rating gap early on. Havoc answers back instantly, showing some real grit to stop that early slide. Lancer is just cruising right now, leading 4-1. Lancer is really putting that rank gap to the test right now. Lancer is absolutely dominating this, sitting pretty at 5-1. Simply effortless, he's completely taken over this match. His recent form is surprisingly shaky compared to this current run. Lancer is simply too fast right now, pushing his lead to 7-1. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. Unbelievable. He just cannot be stopped, continuing his surge with another clean victory. Lancer has really shaken off those losses from earlier today. Just totally oppressive. He's keeping the pressure high and refuses to let up. Shattering the image we have of their usual game. Lancer is just in another league today, closing in on double digits before the switch. Lancer is taking a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Well, this is everything we didn't expect to see. Havoc has usually owned this head-to-head, but he's completely lost control of the map so far. Time to see if Havoc wakes up. Havoc is coming off a strong 23-12 run over the last day. That looks like it's finally translating into some confidence here. He has to put together a massive string of rounds if he wants to pull this back. Lancer shuts down that small comeback attempt and moves within striking distance of the win. A crisp response here, but Lancer still only needs one more to wrap this up. He needs to maintain this pace to stand a chance. And that's it. Lancer shuts the door with a perfect final shot to claim the victory. He's just on another level today. To walk into Italy and pull off a result like that against a player who usually owns him is simply wild. Havoc has dominated this rivalry over the long term, winning 69% of their head-to-head games. But it's a different story today. Mist already has a win over him from their most recent encounter, and that confidence is showing early on. Mist completely shuts the door on the comeback, picking him off the Tetris to make it 3 straight. The higher rated man is looking completely lost right now. A quick response from him, putting up a fight to keep this series reachable. He needed to prove he's still the better player today. He's staring down the deficit with pure grit, taking a fierce straight from the boost. The favoritism is starting to make sense. What a turnaround. Havoc clears him off the Tetris to even the score. It's exactly what we expected to see from the favored man. Havoc takes control of the server from Heaven, securing his 4th straight win. He's really starting to flex that rank advantage now. Simply unstoppable right now, the comeback is practically complete. A scary look for Mist after a shaky 11-13 against Raven. He strikes again from the Tetris, storming into a huge lead. He's proving exactly why he's the top seed today. Mist secures the round from the Tetris, showing a lot of fight to stay in this. A clutch response from a player who's really fought hard today. He pulls that off again, cutting down the leader right off the Tetris. That was a clean way to shut him down. Havoc holds a 7-5 lead. Well, everything is going according to plan so far. He managed a 6-round tier to build the gap, but Mist is still fighting to keep this close. Time to see if Mist responds. He stays composed and walks away without a scratch, cutting the lead to just 1. The gap in their ratings isn't feeling very wide right now. He just completely out-dueled his opponent to get back into the driver's seat. His experience as a frequent winner in the league is starting to peak. Havoc secures another one from the Tetris, continuing this stubborn push for a lead. That was another incredibly fast engagement. He drags him off the Tetris in a brutal exchange to extend the lead to 10-6. He's just untouchable right now, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. The momentum shift is total, and he's now just a single round away from victory. That ramp just became a death trap for the challenger. A huge stop for the underdog, delaying the inevitable for just one more round. He's certainly fighting harder than in his last few outings. And he closes it out. Havoc puts on a display of pure grit to finalize the win. The top seed looked completely in control here, proving his superiority on the arena today. Lancer holds a lifetime edge with a 1000 to 954 lead in their head-to-head history. But that dominance hasn't translated to the server in their most recent meeting. He'll need to find some answers quickly if he wants to get back in control here. Mist is simply outclassing him right now, taking a commanding lead early on. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange, but it's another huge round for Mist. He's looking way more consistent than his usual form today. Absolute perfection from Mist, who looks simply untouchable right now. A complete reversal from their previous encounter on fast aim. Another clean sweep, and Mist keeps the momentum rolling with 6 straight. He's just taken over this match, securing his 7th straight win without taking a single hit. Finally, a break for Lancer, putting an end to that long run from his opponent. He's been playing an incredible amount of games today. Lancer is coming off a huge 13-4 victory against Havoc just moments ago. It seems like that confidence is finally starting to bleed into this map. He's proving that his recent streak is very real. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-3. That was a tight call on the health. Mist heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. You know, these two looked perfectly matched on paper coming in, but Mist is completely shutting Lancer down. He needs a major adjustment to stop this bleed. Lancer needs to wake up now. Lancer is desperate now, trailing 4-9. This is proving a lot tighter than their overall rankings would suggest. Lancer manages to claw back to 5-9 here. He's got to dig deep, as his recent form has been tough. Lancer had a brief spark there, but Mist quickly shuts that down to keep the lead. That's an immediate answer from Mist to stop the momentum shift. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle now, as Mist seems to have all the answers today. He shuts the door on that comeback attempt and moves to match point. That was a lightning-fast encounter. Lancer is refusing to go down without a fight, scoring a huge point to stay in the game. He's just found another gear, handing out a fast defeat to delay the inevitable. Game over. Mist closes it out with a stunning final kill to secure the victory. He's completely flipped the script on their rivalry today, taking a chunk out of that lifetime lead Lancer been holding. Havoc historically owns this rivalry with a huge win percentage over Lancer. It's surprising, because Lancer was actually the one who dominated their most recent encounter. We'll see if Havoc can use that lifelong advantage to pull ahead early. Havoc is really starting to flex a 2-1 lead. He's currently riding a nice wave with those recent matches. Havoc catches Lancer coming off the ramp, and now he's really starting to pull away from this series. Lancer is fighting back hard, trailing only 3-2 now. The gap in their ladder ratings isn't playing a factor right now. Havoc takes a commanding 4-2 lead after that sequence. The higher rated player is definitely asserting his dominance here. Lancer was quicker to the trigger that time, catching Havoc just as he stepped up the ramp. Lancer has really struggled in his last 10 outings. Havoc has been consistently strong over the last day, posting a 23-12 record. Well, it's an impressive run of form that makes it very hard for Lancer to find any breathing room. We'll see if he can keep that momentum going into the double digits. He's on a tear now, absolutely shutting the door on any hope of a comeback. A tidy victory for Lancer as we head toward the break. Lancer is proving today that those historical numbers can be deceptive. Havoc takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. That strong head-to-head record is clearly weighing on Lancer right now. Lancer needs to find some answers here. Havoc's just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. The rank 24 player is really struggling to keep up here. Lancer finally claws one back to make it 9-5. The underdog is staying stubborn tonight. Lancer is putting up a fight. He's starting to close that gap and looks dangerous right now. That was a much faster exchange than the previous one. He's on fire now, securing his third straight win to keep the pressure high. A really fast response to secure that one. Lancer is just refusing to let up, outclassing his opponent for a fourth straight time. That was a grueling scrap, but Havoc manages to hold his ground and end the exchange. The gap in their ladder placements is really showing through. Havoc is looking very comfortable right now and is firmly in control of this series. That's a huge swing compared to the 4-13 blowout we saw earlier. He survives a messy brawl to put himself just one round away from victory. The momentum is firmly back where the odds said it should be. A tight exchange, but Lancer manages to outlast him and keep the dream alive. Lancer is really fighting for his life in this one. A lightning fast response from Lancer to shut down that momentum completely. Absolute precision on that trigger pull. Unbelievable. He closes it out with an absolute laser to secure the series. He really had to dig deep and outwork his opponent for that one. What a fight. Mist comes out firing right away, claiming that first round from the ramp. Havoc is heavily favored in their historical head-to-head, winning over 60% of their previous bouts. He's certainly not playing to that standard right now. It'll be interesting to see if those stats actually matter when he's starting this far behind. Mist is really putting the pressure on, quickly shutting down Havoc's attempt to hold that ramp. Mist has a massive lead, standing tall at 4-1. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter on Blame map. Just effortless, he's completely shut down everything Havoc has tried lately. Unreal. He was almost out of the fight, but somehow manages to secure this close-fought exchange. Havoc has actually put up an impressive 23-12 record over the last day. You know he's coming into this feeling very confident, which makes this current slide even more surprising. We really have to wonder if the pressure is starting to get to him. Absolute mayhem in this exchange, but Mist digs deep to emerge with just a sliver of health. Mist is really flipping the script on the lower rated player. He's totally in control now, just completely dismantling his opponent to secure another victory. A quick trade from the ramp, and Havoc takes the round. A solid look back at how the 11 ranked seed usually handles business. Mist holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, we are seeing a complete shock here. The top seeded Havoc looks rattled while the underdog is simply outperforming him in every exchange. Time to see if Havoc wakes up. What a scramble! He nearly went down, but just barely scrapes through that exchange. Another narrow escape for the favorite. He's putting on a display of strength here, taking the round without taking a single hit. The confidence is definitely returning to his game. He's just not slowing down, keeping this heady streak alive to close the gap. The gap is closing quickly after that early collapse. A swift response here, and the advantage returns to the underdog. Mist still holds a 3-round cushion over Havoc. A real struggle for the higher rated player today. Mist is simply on fire, clearing him off the ramp to push his lead to 11-7. A sharp response from Havoc to keep things interesting. The higher seed is finally showing some fight. A swift pick off the ramp puts Mist on match point. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this series. Havoc holds his ground from the ramp, keeping the dream alive for now. It is the kind of resilience we expected from a top-tier seed. What a finish! Mist guns him down from the ramp to seal the victory. A huge statement from the 26th seed, proving he can trade paint with the best of them on redline. Lancer draws first blood with a nice read from the ramp. Lancer is looking sharp early on, really capitalizing on those high ground advantages. Lancer is looking to flip the script after that tough loss in their last encounter. Simply untouchable right now, as he secures his third straight. Shaking off that loss from their previous meeting on Dunes. Mist answers back instantly with an effortless shot to put a dent in that early lead. The favorite is finally starting to wake up. The resilience is showing as he pulls within one, refusing to let Lancer run away with this. Lancer really likes that ramp position. It's allowing him to maintain a steady grip on the lead. Lancer is playing for a tie in their total head-to-head record. Lancer has a slim edge in their lifetime rivalry, having won a few more than half of their matchups. It's a huge contrast to how the current score is playing out. Mist needs to find a way to slow the momentum before he falls too far behind. Lancer's just too fast from the ramp, and that lead is starting to feel substantial. His 16-19 record today shows just how tough this session has been. A completely clean exchange there as he secures another, continuing this steady climb back into the game. The favorite player is finally showing some teeth here. Lancer holds a strong 3-round cushion at 7-4. Both players are effectively deadlocked on the ladder. Lancer leads 8-4 at the break. I mean, he's really defying the odds here. Despite Mist owning the map stats, Lancer has completely taken over this first half. Time for a total reset? Lancer's overall career win rate is currently sitting at 46%, so yeah, it's clear he's playing against his usual trends right now. Mist has the theoretical advantage and the betting edge, but he's completely failing to translate that into results in this specific match. Mist manages to win the duel while they're both fighting for the high ground. He's clearly trying to find the same efficiency he had on Dunes. Mist is putting on some serious pressure now, shutting down the ramp and refusing to let Lancer breathe. His recent success against Lancer is starting to look like a pattern. Lancer quickly shuts him down on the ramp to keep the lead firmly in his hands. The favorite is simply having a nightmare of a series today. Lancer secures another win from the ramp, putting himself in a position to close this out. Just a sheer display of raw precision in that exchange. What a way to seal it! Lancer shuts the door with a perfectly timed shot to close the series. He really wasn't giving any ground today, just completely outclassing Mist in that final stretch. Havoc holds a massive historical lead in their head-to-head matchups, but Lancer has definitely found some confidence after taking that first round. It will be interesting to see if that early momentum allows him to defy the odds today. Lancer is putting on a show early, using that wine high to keep the pressure high. He's certainly not feeling like the underdog right now. We're completely locked in at 2 apiece now. Both players are leaning on their experience here. Havoc just reclaimed the edge, pushing ahead 3-2. He's really putting that ranking advantage to good use right now. He's just completely overwhelmed his opponent, taking command of the match with 3 straight. Absolutely crushing it now. He's put together a 4-round run to take full control of the map. Lancer responds quickly, refusing to let Havoc slip away with the match. The gap in experience usually counts for more than this. The resistance continues as he bakes another, quickly closing the gap to just 1 round. A completely wiped slate now as he levels the score perfectly. That's a clean exchange for a favorite to regain a slim lead. He's showing the difference in skill between the two. Havoc goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. And honestly, this plays out exactly how we expected. He's sitting on the front foot, though Lancer proved he can keep pace for a few rounds at a time. Let's see if Lancer can fight back. Havoc has been extremely prolific over the last day with a 22-13 record. It's clear that confidence is carrying over into this specific series. This string of rounds is putting Lancer in a very deep hole, right as the pressure is mounting. Havoc's pulling away now, commanding a 3-round lead. He needs to start stacking these if he wants a chance. Lancer isn't backing down, keeping the pressure high with another win. It's a gutsy performance from the underdog in this match. Havoc just widens the gap to 10-7 now. Just another result in a long history of Lancer struggling here. He manages to edge out a victory in a close exchange, showing some real grit here. A really tight duel to secure that result. He's just too fast right now, claiming another round with a lightning quick reflex shot. Unbelievable. He's erased the deficit entirely and brought this series back to a dead heat. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing another victory to seize the lead. This is a complete reversal of the expected outcome. What a scramble! He barely escapes that exchange with his life to bring the series back to a dead heat. His ranking advantage really tends to surface in these late game scenarios. What a statement win! He secures match point and puts the pressure right back on Lancer. Unbelievable! Lancer has fought his way back to force overtime after trailing by 4. Lancer simply outpaced him in a fierce duel to take a lead in the first frame of overtime. Lancer is just refusing to buckle under this kind of heat. He's completely taken over this map, securing a hat-trick of rounds in a row. Havoc answers back immediately with a blistering shot to keep this overtime battle alive. Lancer is on fire, stepping up once again to put himself on the edge of victory. The underdog is clearly shaking off those previous losses today. A totally precise response from Havoc to keep himself in this game. Pure nerves now as we head into the final stretch. Havoc is on a roll, taking another round with a picture-perfect shot. Lancer maintains a thin edge, holding a 16-15 lead. Lancer's pushing further ahead, now sitting at 17-15. Lancer is staring down a dominant 18-15 lead. The pressure is clearly getting to the higher seeded player here. Lancer is nearly home with a huge 19-15 cushion. He's finally broken the curse against a player who usually owns him. That's a legendary comeback from the brink. What a fight! Havoc holds a commanding 69% head-to-head win rate over his opponent, but the recent clash between these two actually went the other way. It will be interesting to see if this opening round confirms the historical trend. Absolutely untouchable right now. He just completely shut the door on Mist. He's just in a different league right now, putting up a perfect 4-round start. It's a complete reversal from their previous set together. He's just completely taking over this match, moving to a 5-round lead. Absolutely staggering. He's just outclassing everyone on the server right now. Mist finally gets around on the board, taking this one with a clean sweep. Havoc has a total of 22 wins over the last day, and honestly, that seems to be paying off in his confidence. He's looking far more composed than we saw in his previous few matches. It's a huge contrast to how he's been playing early in the session. Just a blur of motion as he quickly puts another point on the board. Mist manages to find his footing again, picking up a quick point before we head into the break. Havoc leads 10-2 going into the break, and honestly everything here is going exactly as the rankings suggested. He's just too strong for Mist right now, turning this into a one-sided fight. Time for a total reset. Mist pulls one back, but Havoc still holds a huge 10-3 lead. The ladder gap is definitely showing despite that last trade. Mist is struggling to keep pace at 10-4. These two fights have been remarkably similar in speed lately. Havoc quickly puts an end to that small rally, asserting his control once again. He's back in the driver's seat now, and just a single victory secures the set. He's really asserting himself as the superior player here. And that is it. He closes out the series with a perfect final shot to secure the win. He just looked far too quick today, putting an end to any hopes for a repeat of their last clash. Lancer holds a narrow edge in their head-to-head history, winning over 1,000 total rounds against Mist. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence after that dominant victory over him earlier today. We'll see if Mist can actually flip the script here. Mist is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The favorites quickly seizing the early momentum. A totally clean finish. He's really staring down a huge advantage now. Lancer finds his mark to knock him off the boost. Tough spot for the guy currently in the 26th spot on the ladder. Mist is just relentless, pushing his lead to 4-2. He seems to have shaken off that rough result from earlier. Lancer close back, narrowing it to 3-4. Despite the underdog tag, he's consistently finding his gaps today. Lancer is on fire right now, really putting the pressure on as we head into the back half of the map. Mist barely holds on to his slim 1-round lead. He's fighting through a tough slump in his last few matches. Just like that, Lancer levels the series at 5-all. He's showing a lot of resilience considering the rating gap. We're seeing a very tight exchange here, with neither player able to string together consecutive rounds. The odds were leaning his way before we started. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. I mean, this is playing out exactly as the pre-match lean suggested. Mist looks comfortable, but Lancer's general consistency keeps the gap small for now. Let's see how the switch treats them. Mist is starting to flex that subtle rating edge we see on the ladder. Well, it's definitely making an impact since he's completely shut down Lancer's momentum. He needs just a few more rounds here to secure the win. Mist has really pulled away now, leading 9-6. Lancer has actually been the more successful player in their overall head-to-head. He's found another one, proving he won't just let this match slip away. The momentum shift is starting to feel real for the underdog. He keeps up the pressure from the boost, extending his run to 3 straight. It's a complete reversal of how the early game looked. Absolutely incredible. He's roared back to tie this up, putting the series right back on even ground. Mist quickly shuts that door, reclaiming a narrow lead. A quick response from the man sitting in 26th on the ladder. What a fight! He scrapes through that chaotic exchange to bring the tally level. Pure grit to survive that with so little health left. What a scrap! Mist manages to edge out the win in a desperate fight to reclaim a narrow lead. A crushing response from the favorite, and now he's just a single round away from victory. Lancer's recent consistency can't seem to save him tonight. Lancer refuses to go down quietly, keeping himself in the fight with a gritty display of will. He's proving why those head-to-head numbers were so high. Absolutely stunning. He's forced a deadlock at 12-all, and we are headed to overtime. An absolute nail-biter for the fans of the favorites. Unbelievable. He walks away from that absolute war of attrition to take a 1-round lead. He really just clawed his way back into the driver's seat. He's simply not stopping, securing another victory to push his current run to 4. Lancer is simply unstoppable, taking a 5th straight to put himself on the verge of victory. What a way to close it out! Lancer completes the comeback to seal the series. He just refused to let that overtime slip away, totally dominating the closing stretch. A huge boost of confidence for him. What a fight. Havoc owns an incredible 71% win rate in their head-to-head history against Lancer, but the momentum has shifted slightly since their last meeting where Lancer walked away with the win. It'll be interesting to see if that recent confidence can bridge the gap between them. Havoc is pulling ahead, clutching a 2-1 lead. He's certainly looking sharp after that 16-12 victory over Mist. Lancer needs to find a way to break back into this, or he's going to be staring at a steep climb very soon. Lancer is fighting back, trailing by just 1. Lancer is definitely playing with high confidence today. Havoc is just too quick today, taking an aggressive angle from the box to extend that lead. Havoc holds a narrow 4-3 edge for now. He's proven to be a tough matchup today, regardless of the ranking. Lancer just can't be shaken right now. He manages to outplay Havoc even while that's being held from the height. Lancer tried to mirror the height advantage here, but Havoc just had the better reaction time. Lancer is just not finding the answer to Havoc playing from the box right now. The top 12 seed is really showing his class right now. He's just simply too fast right now, keeping the momentum high as he closes in on the break. Havoc takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how the analyst saw this going. He really asserted himself with that 4-round streak to shut down any early hope for a surprise. time to swap sides. Lancer has a solid 17-18 record over the last day. You know, it's a stark contrast to his historical struggles here. If he can keep this pace, we might actually see a huge shift in this rivalry. Havoc is firmly in control with a 9-5 cushion. It's a much different story than that narrow loss earlier today. Havoc's dominance is growing, pushing to a 10-5 lead. He's putting his top 12 ranking on full display here. He just wiped Lancer off the box with a perfect shot to extend this lead. That's a really tough spot for the 23rd seed to be in. Another perfect sequence of shots, and now he's just one round away from victory. And that is it. He puts a definitive end to this series with an absolute shutout. He's just completely rewritten the narrative from that Italy clash we saw earlier. A total statement performance here. Havoc holds a massive lead in their overall history with 459 head-to-head wins. And his higher ranking usually makes him the heavy favorite in these matchups. It will be interesting to see if Mist can actually keep this early momentum going. Havoc secures a nice vantage point on that ramp to bring things back to a tight game. He's definitely looking to get back to his usual form here. Mist is absolutely dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. Mist is really shaking off the rust from those 3 losses in a row. Mist is just relentless, pushing high into a 4-1 lead. The gap in their rating certainly isn't showing right now. A total shutoff, he's just completely shifted the energy in this set. Havoc manages to pick him off the ramp to keep things moving. The higher rated player is finally starting to claw back into this. He just can't be stopped right now, putting up another perfect round to close the gap. He is starting to look every bit the favorite now. Mist has a shaky 15-21 record in his last few matches today. Well, he's fighting a real uphill battle in terms of form, yet he's still managing to push Havoc into a corner here. It'll be interesting to see if he can stay composed under this pressure. Mist is still well ahead with a 7-4 cushion. He's showing exactly why he's a top 15 player on the ladder. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, this is a huge surprise given that Havoc has won nearly 70% of their past meetings. The underdog is playing some incredibly sharp rounds right now. Time for the switch. Mist keeps the pressure on with an 8-5 lead. That was a lightning fast exchange to secure the round. A real turnaround after those rough losses in his last few games. Mist is just cruising now with a 9-5 advantage. The ranked 27 player is putting on a real show right now. The surge continues for Mist as he puts a definitive stop to his opponent's hopes of a comeback. Havoc gets a clean look at this one and secures another round. Coming off a dominant 13-4 victory in their previous meeting, Mist maintains a healthy 3-round lead over Havoc. A precise shot to keep this series very much alive. Mist is just not letting Havoc build any momentum here. Every time he tries to rally, he gets shut down. Unbelievable. He manages to scrape through that absolute war of attrition with just 6 HP left. Havoc is showing a lot of heart here, putting together 2 straight rounds to close this gap. A complete shift in momentum as he finds his stride. He is simply on fire right now, erasing the deficit and putting the pressure back on Mist. A precise response to shut down that run and put him just 1 round away from victory. A gritty exchange, but he manages to come out on top to keep this series alive. A quick reaction there to keep the pressure mounting. Absolutely stunning. Havoc has completely leveled this matchup, forcing everything into overtime. Mist is showing some serious steel right now, refusing to let Havoc take full control of the match. He's really fighting a tough battle after those recent losses. Mist is really taking control here, putting together a pair of quick rounds to pull ahead. That's exactly how you shut down a rally. Havoc strikes from the ramp, continuing this incredible climb back into the series. Mist holds his ground from the ramp to move within striking distance of the win. He's really stepping up his game under this kind of scrutiny. What a fight! Havoc barely survives that chaotic exchange to keep the dream alive. Absolute clutch nerves on display to keep this going. Absolute perfection, he just completely shut down any hope of a missed recovery to bring us back to a deadlock. Havoc takes the lead, 16-15, in this absolute nail-biter. And just like that, we are tied at 16 apiece. Mist regains a thin edge, leading 17-16. A complete reversal of what we expected coming into this. We've reached the dead heat at 17-0. Both of these players are refusing to yield a single inch tonight. Havoc finally edges ahead by a single round. The momentum has swung completely in his favor. A total deadlock at 18 apiece, neither side backing down. It's a complete toss-up now, despite the expected outcome. Mist claws back to a slim 19-18 lead. Havoc enters back to lock things up at 19-0. Mist just barely keeps the edge at 20-19. He's really digging in his heels and refusing to go away. Total stalemate as Havoc levels it at 20-all. Absolute chaos at the top of the leaderboard right now. The pressure is immense for both of them right now. Mist just barely edges out the lead at 21-20. A huge mental reset for the underdog to pull back into the lead. Havoc has clawed back to a deadlock 21-21 finish. Total madness we have here, a complete deadlock. Mist regains a razor-thin advantage, leading 22-21. Havoc pulls it right back to 22-22, keeping it tight. Mist is barely clinging to a one-round edge. He is really showing a lot of resilience today. Mist has stretched his lead to 24-22 now. He's really squeezing every bit of advantage out of this current run. Havoc narrows the gap, leaving Mist just one ahead. He's really showing why the community backed him to win this. Mist stays in control with a 25-23 grip. He really stepped up in the clutch to secure the series. This is an incredible result given the history between these two. What a fight! Welcome to the league! Lancer and Mist face off on red line to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Lancer came out swinging with the first draw and managed to take Mist out right off the ramp. A tight matchup between these two, with Lancer leading their lifetime head-to-head. What a scramble! Both players were shredded in that trade, but he managed to claw out a win. He's absolutely on fire right now, claiming a third straight round from the boxes. A tough start for Mist after a strong win over Hava. Lancer is simply refusing to let up, putting a huge gap between himself and his opponent. Mist is really feeling the pressure of that last 12-16 defeat. Mist answers back, catching Lancer quickly while he was up on the ramp. The two are nearly identical in the rankings right now. Unreal. Mist barely hangs on with a sliver of health, digging deep to stay in this game. It's a complete shift in momentum after that early lead. Lancer has a clear historical advantage here, winning over 1,000 of their lifetime meetings. It's a strong foundation to build on, and honestly, he's looking very comfortable in this series. I wonder if Mist can actually flip the script today. What a scrap! Lancer barely escapes with his life after taking control from the ramp. The Dama 23 seed is really asserting his dominance here. What a chaotic sequence. Both players were nearly out of health, but he managed to survive the carnage. Lancer is just on a tear right now, putting on a show as soon as we hit the final stretch of the half. His recent form is certainly peaking at the right time. Lancer heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead, and honestly this is way more lopsided than anyone expected. We thought these two would be fighting for every round, but Mist just can't get a foothold right now. Fresh start for the second half. Lancer has a fairly shaky run of results today with a 16-19 record in the last day. Well, it's clear he's decided to put all that frustration into this specific match. This is a complete reversal of the typical pattern we've seen between these two. Incredible, he nearly goes down, but barely manages to survive that brutal exchange. Mist is fighting back, though he struggled throughout his day. Lancer puts an immediate stop to that little rally, securing another win from the ramp. His recent victory over Mist was just as commanding. Mist is starting to put up a real fight now. He's making this series much closer than it looked earlier. Lancer looked completely in control, but Mist is starting to claw back some ground here. Lancer secures another one from the ramp, putting him just one round away from victory. He's really capitalizing on his status as the favorite here. Absolutely effortless, Lancer secures the final point to close out the series. He's really holding the line on red line today, continuing his streak of dominating this specific rivalry. Havoc gets the early lead by claiming the high ground on those planks. Havoc holds a massive historical edge with a 71% win rate over his opponent. Well, he's definitely the stronger player on the ladder, but Lancer is fighting hard to break that trend today. Deadlock at 2-all. Lancer has totally leveled this. Lancer has have kept this much closer than that last 13-5 blowout. Lancer really needs to shake this off. He's starting to look like he's on the back foot. His top 12 status is starting to show through. Havoc refuses to let up, taking a third straight round to push the lead to 4-2. A crushing 13-5 result in their last meeting is certainly casting a shadow. A quick response from Lancer to keep the deficit to just 1 round. He's definitely fighting the odds against the favorite here. Lancer's climbed right back in, we're tied at 4. Looking a lot more comfortable than his previous 5-13 defeat. Havoc secures the advantage from the wine box, quickly shutting things down for Lancer. He's currently sitting in the top 12 of our rating. Absolute chaos now. Lancer has forced a 5-5 stalemate. Lancer is proven he can trade blows with the better rated player. Havoc really likes that toolbox. It seems to be his go-to spot for these quick kills. He's looked more stable in today's series compared to Lancer's last few hours. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is playing out exactly as we anticipated. Lancer is showing some grit, but the top-rated player is simply outperforming him. Lancer needs a spark right now. Lancer comes through with a huge reaction, punishing Havoc for pushing out onto that ramp. Lancer is staying opportunistic in a fight, where he's clearly the underdog. Havoc is starting to put some breathing room between himself and Lancer after securing that spot on the ramp. The favorite is slowly reclaiming his ground in this series. Lancer proves the ramp is a safe bet for him right now, putting him just 1 round behind. He's definitely leaning into that strong form from his last 10 games. Havoc's form today matches his strong recent run with 22 wins in his last 35 matches. It's giving him the confidence needed to maintain this lead. Lancer will have to find a quick answer here if he wants to stay in the game. He just can't be stopped right now, capping off another effortless take. The momentum is completely shifted in his favor now. Another huge play as he simply out-duels Lancer to reach match point. A tough spot for the underdog to be in right now. And that is it. He closes out the series with a flawless finish to take the win. Lancer really tried to dig in there, but he just couldn't find an answer for those lightning fast snaps. Mist comes out swinging, catching Havoc right as he tried to hold the ramp. Havoc holds a massive historical advantage with 459 total round wins over Mist. It's clear he generally has the upper hand in this pairing. The real question is whether Mist can put that recent victory behind him and keep things close here. He secures the kill from the Tetris, completely taking over the momentum here. The higher rated player is asserting control here. He's on fire, picking another target off the Tetris to move to 4-1. He refuses to back down quickly, shutting the door on that run. Just showing a bit of that underdog grit now. He is refusing to let his opponent pull away, continuing this push to close the gap. Havoc manages to shut that down from the Tetris, reclaiming control of the pace here. Havoc is really starting to reflect his higher rank in this series. He's simply more consistent throughout these exchanges. He needs to keep this pressure up to avoid another close scare like their last meeting. He just completely takes over, picking him off the Tetris from the ramp for a third straight victory. He's just outclassing him right now, securing another one to keep this streak alive. Havoc takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, it's a very one-sided start that matches exactly what we anticipated. He's simply outperforming Mist right now. Mist needs a spark here. Mist reads him perfectly, taking him down right, as Havoc tried to use that Tetris advantage. He's had some struggles today, totaling 14 wins and 22 losses. Mist answers back, cutting the lead to 9-5. Seeing a bit of a mirror of their last encounter here. Havoc pulls ahead again, stretching it to 10-5. His recent performance today has definitely been the stronger of the two. Havoc is just too quick from that Tetris perch, really putting the pressure on now. He's a much more experienced competitor in these high-pressure settings. Mist is really keeping the pressure on here, making sure Havoc can't just coast to a victory. Havoc clears him right off the Tetris, putting him in a position to seal the game. Unbelievable, he closes it out right now, securing the victory. He looked every bit the favorite throughout this series, just far too sharp for Mist to handle. What a fight! Mist scrapes through that exchange with just a tiny bit of health left. Lancer holds a slight historical edge in their head-to-head history, but he's barely scratched the surface of his total volume in the last day. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace as the match progresses. We're all squared up at 2 apiece right now. Mist's recent form has been tough, with only a 30% win rate lately. Mist is starting to build a bit of a lead here after that quick win. The lower ranked player is certainly not feeling intimidated right now. Mist is really starting to run away with this. 4-2. He's really turning things around after a rough run of losses today. Lancer strikes back to put the tally at 4-3. Still, plenty of room for the higher seeded player to close this gap. Lancer really has a distinct psychological advantage with that 1,955 career head-to-head lead, but right now the recent form is shifting in a completely different direction. It's a tough spot to be in when your history says one thing, but the current score tells another. Mist is firmly in control now, leading 6-4. He's really fighting back after a tough run of results today. Lancer is looking quite staggered right now, unable to find a way to disrupt Mist's momentum. Mist holds a comfortable 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, he's definitely coming out on top here despite his poor form coming into the day. Let's see if Lancer can claw back those rounds on the other side. Lancer needs a serious wake-up call. Mist is just dominating, pushing the lead to 9-4. A lightning-fast end to that engagement. Lancer fights back, narrowing the gap to 5-9. He's definitely feeling the pressure after those recent losses today. Mist is playing with a lot of confidence right now, taking control of the tempo in these quick exchanges. Mist is pulling well ahead at 10-6. Mist is really feeling the weight of that 13-23 record today. Mist is putting an immense amount of pressure on Lancer right now. It's getting harder and harder for the higher seeded player to find an answer. A perfect response to reclaim the momentum. He is now just one round away from the victory. Lancer is really struggling to put up a fight today. Lancer manages to survive the trade, keeping the fight going when he really couldn't afford a loss. A massive swing as Lancer holds that high ground on the box and shuts things down. A really precise way to stop that run in its tracks. And there it is. Mist closes it out with an effortless shot to take the victory. A huge confidence boost for a player who's been struggling all day. He just managed to outlast a really tough opponent. Havoc has dominated this matchup long term with a 71% win rate over Lancer. It's interesting because he's actually coming off a victory against him earlier today. We'll see if that confidence continues after this opening stumble. Havoc is really pulling away with a 2-1 lead. The top quartile skill is clearly showing here. He's on fire, completing a rapid 3-round tier to take control here. He looks like he's still riding the high from that 13-6 result against Mist. Lancer manages to answer back and cut into that slim lead. Lancer reads him perfectly and catches him right as he's stepping off the ramp. He is playing a much better series than his 1466 rating suggests. Havoc holds a precarious 1-round lead at 4-3. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of that rough 16-19 day. Havoc has been in strong form today with a 23-12 record over the last day. It's a nice contrast to Lancer's current slide, and we're seeing that confidence translate into an early cushion. It'll be tough for the underdog to recover from this pace. Lancer shows a bit more grit here, walking away completely unscathed from that trade. The underdog is refusing to fold in this series. Havoc is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. He's really making the most of that skill gap today. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, right? He's playing his part as the favorite though. Lancer is keeping this much closer than those head-to-head records would suggest. Let's see who adapts faster here. Lancer refuses to let this series slip away, clawing back to within a single round. The momentum has shifted back to the underdog. Incredible! We are all square now, and Lancer has completely erased that early deficit. Lancer is looking completely revitalized in this second half. Havoc just barely recaptures the lead at 8-7. A shaky moment for someone who usually owns this matchup. Havoc pushes back ahead, extending his gap to 9-7. His head-to-head lead is staggering over the long haul. Lancer was way faster on the trigger, taking this one without taking any damage. He just completely shut down any attempt at a runaway lead. Havoc secures a 2-round buffer, moving up to 10-8. The a priori expectation for this series is definitely playing out. Lancer is really struggling to find any one answer to stop Havoc from pulling away here. What a slugfest! He survives that frantic exchange and now stands a single round away from victory. Pure adrenaline in that final scramble. Lancer stays composed, winning a slower exchange to keep his hopes alive. He definitely knows how to dig deep when his back is against the wall. Unreal, he claws through that brutal exchange and survives by a total hair. Absolutely ice in his veins to keep this fight going. Boom! He closes it out with a lightning-fast flick to secure the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the edge there, but that final sequence was just too much to overcome. He had to fight for every single point. What a battle! Havoc dominates the head-to-head record with a win rate of 69%. It's a massive statistical advantage, but it's clear that Mist is fighting for an upset today. He'll need to keep this pressure up if he wants to shake Havoc's confidence. Mist is cooking right now, holding a narrow lead. It is a surprising start for the lower-rated man today. Mist is really putting the pressure on early. He's looking incredibly sharp right now. This is a complete turnaround from their last encounter. Mist maintains that slim edge at 3-2. He's coming in with a ton of confidence after that 13-10 win against Lancer. Mist is really cruising now, leading 4-2. A stark contrast to that earlier clash where he blew through the map. Mist really looked shaky in his earlier games today. Coming in with a 14-22 record over the last 24 hours, well, it's clear that he's completely flipped the script in this specific set. He's simply outplaying the favorite right now. Havoc denies the height advantage and kicks in a huge second straight win to keep this close. The higher seed is starting to look more like his usual self. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that encounter to pull further ahead. It's an impressive showing for someone currently ranked 26th in our rating. He's refusing to go away, putting up another fight to stay within reach before the break. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he is completely disregarding the rankings right now. The underdog is playing far above his seed, though Havoc is still close enough to punish any mistake in the second half. Switching sides now. Let's see who blinks. Both of them were trading heavy damage there, but he manages to close it out. He's really starting to dig in his heels now. Mist just cleans him right off the ramp, putting a serious dent in Havoc's hopes for a comeback. That makes it a much tighter series than their usual clashes. That was a total shutout, and he's continuing to claw his way back into this match. Mist is just one step closer at 9-7. Mist is definitely proving he can go toe-to-toe with a top-tier seed. Incredible, he survives a brutal exchange to keep the momentum swinging his way. What a chaotic sequence of trades we've seen over these last 4 rounds. Havoc secures another point from the ramp, finally leveling the score at 9 apiece. Mist takes the lead again, sitting at 10-9. The gap in their overall experience is practically non-existent. Havoc manages to hold the ramp and forces a dead heat at 10-all. Neither man is giving an inch in this deadlock. Everything just seems to be happening so fast lately. These guys are deciding rounds in a heartbeat. A total shutdown by Mist, leaving him just a single round shy of victory. A tough spot for the higher seed to navigate. Unreal. He just wipes the floor with Havoc to secure the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered most to bring this home. Just a legendary way to snap that losing streak. What a fight. Lancer holds a slim historical lead with 1003 total wins in their head-to-head matchups, but Mist has definitely been the stronger player in their most recent encounters. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can reclaim that dominance today. Lancer is currently in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's looking for a bounce back after those last few losses. Lancer is really starting to pull away early on, putting a lot of pressure on Mist. He's playing the spoiler after a rough string of recent games. Lancer just tore through that exchange, firmly establishing control of this match. Mist puts on a strong showing, completely dismissing him from the wine. That was a rapid response to get back in this. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely walked away from the fight with his life. He's really grinding his way back into this one. What a turnaround. He's completely erased that deficit to bring the score level. Total reset of the board as we head into the next one. Lancer cleans up the fight to edge ahead once more. A tight battle for the middle of the pack tonight. Lancer currently carries a decent overall win rate of 46%. It's surprising he's managed to put himself in this position given how much he struggled with his recent matches. If he can keep this momentum through the next few rounds, he'll be in a great spot. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly this is a huge shift from his recent form. He's completely flipped the script on a player who had the map advantage coming into this. Time for a fresh start. Lancer has just run away now, commanding a massive 9-4 lead. A real shift in luck compared to his earlier struggles today. Lancer maintains his grip with a strong 9-5 cushion. The rankings show these two are virtually deadlocked in skill. Mist is starting to chip away at that lead with a pair of very quick rounds. The numbers really are split right down the middle today. He's completely taken over this stretch, making the comeback look effortless with 3 straight wins. Lancer is suddenly looking very vulnerable here. He just stepped back into the lead with an effortless shot. Mist reacts faster to keep the rally going, making it a 2-round game. The pressure is mounting as that lead shrinks. Lancer is really fighting back for control here. He's managed to keep his composure in these fast exchanges. He's showing a lot of heart, refusing to let Lancer close the door on this one. The gap is narrowing down to just 2 rounds now. An incredibly sharp response from Lancer to seize control and move a single point away from victory. Mist just wouldn't quit, showing a lot of grit to keep this series alive. He's making it very difficult to put this game away. Unreal. He barely clung to life in that absolute slaughter to keep himself in this. Absolute ice in those veins to keep the pressure high. Total destruction as Mist cleans that up to force a tiebreaker. A total swing in momentum as we hit this deadlock. He's simply too strong right now, extending that run to 4 straight victories. A total flip from how this started. Lancer answers back with a perfect sequence to stop that run cold. Both of these players have had an incredibly long day in the server. The tide has completely shifted as Lancer takes over these last few rounds to secure the lead. Lancer is shaking off those 3 losses in a row quite well. He's simply unstoppable now, securing another victory and moving within striking distance of the win. He's really playing like a man possessed tonight. What a finish! Lancer closes out the series with a perfect strike to secure the map. Mist put up an incredible fight to keep this competitive, but he just couldn't hold off that final surge. He'll be gutted after that hard-fought win. Lancer keeps his cool and shuts Havoc down while he's holding that ramp position. Havoc has dominated the historical matchup between these two, winning 71% of their encounters. It's interesting to see the score tied for now, despite that heavy edge. It'll be a long climb if Lancer manages to push the lead. What a scramble! He barely walked away from that exchange, leaving the score deadlocked. Unreal, he clings to life with a sliver of health after a brutal clash on the ramp. Lancer has been fighting a steep climb all day. He just can't find an answer for those shots from the ramp, making it 3 straight. The difference in rating is starting to play a factor here. A complete shutdown from the ramp as he continues this fierce run. The number 12 seed is really asserting himself here. Lancer looks sharp as he keeps the pressure on, refusing to let Havoc run away with this set. The underdog is finally starting to put up a real fight. Havoc is back in control here, using that height on the ramp to distance himself further in this match. His total record against the opponent is just staggering. Havoc is just too fast for him, putting a real grip on this series with another win from the ramp. He seems to be finding his form after that tough match against Mist. Lancer manages to hold that elevation and secure another one, keeping himself right in the mix. Lancer is proving he can hang with the higher rated player today. Havoc holds a narrow 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would. He's the stronger player on paper and he's proving it right now. Time to see if Lancer adapts. Lancer just shuts it down completely, refusing to let this game slip away. A complete shift in momentum for this set. Havoc has a strong 23-12 record over the last day. It's clear he's bringing that high energy into the second half. He is definitely looking to put this one to bed quickly. He uses the high ground to secure the round, showing a lot of grit during this comeback. Hard stopping. He barely survives that chaotic exchange, managing to scrape through with almost nothing left. That was practically instant. Havoc is just absolutely tearing through these exchanges right now. Lancer manages to pick him off the ramp, and suddenly this set is wide open. Lancer's form is definitely picking up after those tough losses to start the day. Havoc claws back through a tough duel to reach match point. Lancer just can't seem to find a way to break this man. Boom! He closes it out with a perfect shot and Havoc takes the match. Lancer really fought a great battle here, but he just couldn't find the consistency to close it out. A sharp start for Havoc, using that ramp position to secure an early lead. Havoc holds a massive historical edge here, having won about 69% of their direct matchups, and that dominance seems to be continuing today. He's definitely making the most of his higher standing on the ladder right now. Mist responds with a clean finish, refusing to let his opponent steamroll through this opening. The underdog is starting to push back. Havoc isn't giving an inch, utilizing that ramp advantage to build his lead. Expectations are certainly meeting reality so far. That was a total shutdown of the opponent, keeping the pressure on the leader. It's still a tough hill to climb for the underdog here. What a grit! Mist pulls off a desperate survival, dragging himself across the finish line after fighting him off the planks. He's really fighting through the nerves to stay in this. Absolute precision from Mist as he picks him off the ramp to even the score. Everything has shifted in the blink of an eye. He quickly regains control, picking up a clean kill from the planks. He needs this momentum to secure a result after their last encounter. Mist is showing incredible resolve, picking Havoc off the ramp to bring us back to a dead heat. Absolute chaos as the lead simply evaporates. Havoc edges back ahead by 1. Coming off a rough 15-21 run today, this is a grind for Mist. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, the underdog is keeping pace for now, but the top-seeded player is still looking very steady. I expect a tight battle to the finish here. Time to see who blinks first. Havoc was just too fast on the draw, cutting Mist down the moment he peeked from the ramp. A quick reaction time to close out that sequence. Havoc is currently sitting on a 23-12 record over the last day, and that consistent form is starting to separate him from the field. I mean, it gives him a lot of confidence to lean into while Mist is struggling to keep this series close. Another huge outplay from the ramp, and now we're completely level. Absolutely lethal movements from him on the ramp right now. Unbelievable. He barely manages to scrape through that exchange with a sliver of health left. He really refused to let that match slip away. What a fight. Mist manages to hold his ground on the ramp to bring us back to a dead heat. Neither player is willing to give up an inch of ground. Havoc barely scrapes ahead, leading 10-9. The gap between them on the ladder is certainly showing now. Havoc is putting on some seriously fast pressure now, and he's really starting to pull away. He's really starting to flex that rank 11 advantage. He's just completely taken over the match now, wiping the floor from the wine box to set up match point. He is just utterly suffocating the opposition right now. What a finish! He manages to secure the final kill and closes out the series. Mist put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't keep that pace throughout the whole set. That's another strong showing from a guy who's simply been too consistent lately. Lancer leads the all-time head-to-head with over 1,000 wins against Mist. It's an incredibly long history between these two, and we are seeing Lancer carry that confidence into this series. And we are deadlocked at 1 apiece now. Both of these guys have a very similar pace in their last 20 games. Mist takes the lead, putting Lancer on the back foot. He's certainly playing better than his recent 30% win rate suggests. Things are completely wide open now, with neither player able to find a real foothold in this series. Lancer just snatched the advantage back at 3-2. Couple of spots higher on the ladder, but still a tight fight. Mist answers back perfectly to bring us level at 3-3. We've got a tight ranking battle here with just a small gap between them. Lancer is starting to separate himself here, putting a lot of pressure on Mist to find an answer. Tied up again as we head into round 9. He's really fighting back after those tough losses to Havoc. Lancer manages to edge ahead with a 5-4 lead. He's managing to keep things steady despite those recent drops to Havoc. The pace is really picking up now. These last few rounds have been ending in a blink. That was a lightning fast trade. Mist pulls ahead by 1, clinging to a slim lead. Just a quick pivot to take over the map. He's really putting those recent losses to Havoc behind him. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, this perfectly matches the parity we saw on paper. Both players look sharp and ready for the second half. Let's see who blinks first. Mist is holding strong with a 7-6 edge. His 15-21 record for the day makes this a real grind. Unbelievable, Mist barely survives the encounter and clears the boost, leaving him with just a sliver of health. Absolute nails for the finish there. He's simply too fast right now, effortlessly extending his run to 3 straight. A patient approach from Lancer to reclaim a round and chip away at that deficit. Still a tough hill to climb from the underdog position. Mist has a 30% win rate over his last 10 matches, but he's proving that it's a total outlier today. He is putting those struggles behind him and really controlling the tempo of this particular series. He just needs a few more rounds to seal this away. Mist is really putting the pressure on now, just a few more steps away from closing this out. Both of these players are sitting right in the middle of the pack. Absolute precision from Mist to secure another round and move within striking distance of the win. Lancer is feeling the pressure of being the lower seed today. What a way to close it out. Mist seals the series with absolute perfection. He really shook off those early jitters and just took over the map. Lancer will be feeling that one for a bit. Havoc holds a massive advantage in their overall history. Having won 71% of their career meetings, it's a huge mountain for Lancer to climb, especially since he's already dropped the first round. We'll see if he can find a way to flip the script today. Lancer's fighting back, but Havoc still leads 2-1. Lancer is really trying to shake off those recent losses. Lancer has completely flipped this around, matching Havoc side for side in a flash. A huge shift from how things went in their previous meeting. Lancer just completely takes over, deleting him right off the ramp to keep the roll going. A surprising turn of events for the lower ranked player today. Havoc quickly answers back to even the score. He's definitely showing why he sits higher on the ladder. Lancer barely clings to a one-round edge here. It's a bold effort from him, considering he's sitting at rank 24. A dead heat now. Both Havoc and Lancer are locked. It's been a tough day for his opponent so far. These two are trading blows back and forth. It's becoming a real battle of nerves. He is certainly defying those head-to-head numbers right now. Lancer has really shaken off the losses from their previous meeting. He's proving that the gap between them isn't as wide as the ladder suggests. Now the pressure is squarely on Havoc to stop this slide. Lancer is simply on a tear right now, taking a 3-round lead into the break. A huge blow for the favored side just before the switch. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. We're seeing a total role reversal here. The underdog is putting up a serious fight against the number 11 seed in this series. Havoc needs a fast response here. What a scramble. He just barely manages to survive that exchange and gets his momentum back. That was an absolute nail-biter of a fight. Lancer still comfortably in the driver's seat at 8-6. He's continuing that strong run from his series against Mist. A lightning-fast read there, keeping the pressure on while closing the gap. Lancer keeps his lead, sitting pretty at 9-7. Lancer's confidence is surging after that rough set against Mist. He keeps pushing forward, taking another round with total precision. Lancer pushes a double-digit lead, now up 10-8. His recent form is looking much better than that 40% mark. A complete shutdown for that round, proving he isn't going to fade away just yet. Clean as a whistle, effectively stopping any further push from the other side. Lancer puts him right back in his place, picking him off the ramp to extend that cushion. Lancer is really defying that lower rank today. He stays strong, scoring another point to bring the gap down to just 1. He's showing a lot more grit than his last few outings. Lancer is just one more away after a complete lockdown of that duel. Lancer is playing with an entirely different level of poise today. Unbelievable! Lancer closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the victory. That's a massive statement victory for the low seed, completely raising those head-to-head nightmares. He really played out of his mind today. What a fight! Havoc holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, winning nearly 70% of their previous encounters. It's a stark contrast to how this match is starting. He'll need to lean on that psychological edge to flip the momentum here. He's simply too fast for him right now. A total shutout to start this series. Absolutely effortless. He's completely taken over the early stages of this match. A chaotic exchange, but he manages to secure another victory in this stretch. He's just not letting up. That's 6 straight for the leader. Rough way to follow a 13-9 victory over him earlier today. Finally, a response from Havoc, cutting into that lead slightly. Havoc looks a lot more comfortable now, using that wind position to keep the pressure high. He's really showing that rating gap now. Absolute blitz. He's putting on a clinic right now with 3 straight wins. He shuts down Mist from the wine, and the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Mist regains control of the pace as we head into the final round of this half. It is 8-4 in favor of Mist. I mean, Havoc was expected to walk away with this one, but he's struggling to stay afloat. Mist is clearly playing above his rank right now. Fresh start for both players. Mist has gone an impressive 15-21 today, and it looks like this specific match is where he's making up for those early losses. He's completely defied the odds in this server. Now we just have to see if he can close this out. He's completely in charge now, moving back into a strong rhythm with that win. What a scrap. Both players were shredded, but he barely claws his way out of that to put himself 1 round away from victory. A quick response from the underdog, forcing the game to keep going for at least 1 more round. Unbelievable. He barely edges out that fight to keep his hopes alive. That's another tight fight where he barely walks away. Game over. Mr. secures a pristine finish to seal the series. He just completely dismantled the narrative going into this set. A huge result for the lower ranked player to finally get the upper hand. Lancer holds a narrow 51% edge in their overall head-to-head history. You know, it's interesting because Mist is the one who took their most recent meeting quite comfortably. Now, the question is whether Lancer can turn this early lead into a consistent run. Absolute perfection from Lancer right now, taking a commanding 3-0 lead. Wow, what a scramble! He barely scrapes through that fight with a sliver of health to keep the streak alive. Despite the current blowout, they're basically deadlocked in the ratings. A messy exchange here, but he manages to come out on top to get back on the board. Lancer is just cruising along with a 5-1 lead. Mist looked so sharp earlier against Havoc, but he's not seeing that same success here. Lancer has put together a solid 15-20 run over the last day, and honestly, that consistency is what he'll need to keep the momentum shifted in his favor. If he can weather this brief pushback, he's in a great position to close this out. Lancer is really dominating this, sitting pretty at 6-2. They're effectively right on top of each other in the rankings. Mist keeps fighting, but Lancer still holds a 6-3 grip. Both players are nearly identical in the overall standings. Mist is showing some real grit, pulling off another win by catching Lancer on the box. He is definitely starting to find his footing in this set. Lancer still maintains a comfortable 3-round cushion at 7-4. He's really fighting to keep his head above water right now. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is playing out exactly as expected. For two players this close in skill, that 4-round streak was a nice burst, but Mist is staying right there with him. Mist is refusing to go away, quickly picking him off the box to bring this game within one. The pressure is definitely shifting after that fast exchange. Lancer manages to widen that gap to 8-6. Both of these guys are nearly identical in their current form. He is steadily chipping away at that lead, refusing to let Lancer pull away completely. Lancer edges ahead again, now pushing the score to 9-7. A totally clean exchange here as he continues to claw his way back into this contest. Unbelievable! Mist has completely erased the deficit to bring this series level at 9 apiece. He's just on fire right now, taking full control of the server to move ahead by 1. The momentum shift is practically complete after that flurry. Lancer answers back immediately, bringing things level again. The ladder practically has these two in a dead heat. Insane resilience on display as he survives by a thread to take a narrow lead. That was a nail-biter, barely surviving that final shot. What a performance by Mist to put himself just one step away from victory. He is putting on a real show after that 13-8 win earlier. A huge stand by Lancer to keep himself in the game with a clean victory. What a brutal slugfest. That brawl leaves them deadlocked at 12 all, pushing this series straight into overtime. Absolute deadlock between these two in the ratings. Lancer is simply too fast for him right now, stamping out the comeback attempt with ease. He's completely closed the door on any comeback. Another high ground victory from the box as he extends this run to 4 straight. Simply unstoppable. He's now sitting on a 5-round tier and is just a single victory away from ending this series. Mist finally breaks that streak, surviving a wild exchange to keep his hopes alive. That was an incredibly frantic sequence to get back in this. A total shutout here as he secures another win to tighten the grip on this overtime clash. That's a sharp response to stop the bleeding. Absolutely ruthless. He's just completely taken over this match, putting himself in a position to close this out right now. Lancer manages to pull ahead, leading 16-15 now. Lancers now 2 steps ahead with a 17-15 lead. Lancer is really shaking off that 7-13 loss they had earlier. Lancer is really pulling away now, holding an 18-15 advantage. He looks much more comfortable than he did against Zeno earlier. Lancer's just widening the gap to 19-15 now. He really dug deep for that one. After such a back and forth battle in overtime, he finally finds a way to lock it down. What a fight. Havoc has dominated the lifetime head-to-head here with a 71% win rate. It's a massive statistical gap, but Lancer actually took their most recent clash. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can reclaim that psychological edge today. He's completely taking over this early phase of the match, picking up a 3rd straight round. Lancer is fighting for air after that tough 10-13 loss in their last meeting. Lancer refuses to go down easily, claiming a clean victory to keep this close. A welcome shift for the underdog after a shaky start. Another swift reaction from Lancer to narrow the gap to just a single round. The underdog is proving he can handle the pressure today. Havoc regains his lead, pushing it back to 4-2. Lancer is looking to repeat that recent 13-10 success. A completely clean shot there to keep the momentum shifting back toward the trailing player. Lancer is really putting his head-to-head deficit behind him tonight. What a response! Lancer has wiped away the deficit and we're all square at 4-4. The pressure is definitely mounting on the favorite now. Havoc steps back in front with a slim 5-4 lead. The higher rank is slowly regaining control here. Havoc has managed a 22-13 run over the last day. He's bringing that high level of confidence into this set. It's a strong showing for the frontrunner who has struggled in a few of his other recent matches. Unbelievable. He nearly went down there but barely manages to edge out the win to keep the streak rolling. The 12th seed is finally starting to put his stamp on this. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's comfortably in the driver's seat right now, just as the rankings predicted. Lancer is staying within reach, but the favorite is holding the line. Time to see if Lancer can rally. Lancer stays aggressive and catches him right off the ramp to keep this fight alive. A dangerous momentum shift as the gap closes to just a single round. Havoc extends his lead to 8-6 with that play. Lancer is fighting hard, but his opponent's raw talent is showing. Lancer just refuses to let this go. Claws back another round to keep the pressure high. The grit on display from Lancer is simply incredible. Havoc quickly identifies the threat on the ramp to secure another crucial round. He's showing why he's sitting higher on the ladder. Havoc is pulling away now, leading 10-7. Lancer is really feeling the pressure of that ranking gap now. Another effortless victory for the favorite, who's looking stronger and stronger with each exchange. He is completely overwhelming his opponent now, putting the pressure on after another lightning-fast win. Lancer gets a huge wake-up call here, securing a huge outplay to delay the end. Just a tiny bit of breathing room for the challenger. Absolute chaos in this exchange. Lancer barely survives that brutal fight to keep the dream alive. His nerves of steel are really coming through in these final moments. What a finishing touch! He closes it out with a perfect sequence to claim the victory. He's looking sharp today, finally shaking off those recent losses to put the head-to-head record back in his favor. Havoc holds a significant 461-212 lead in their overall head-to-head history. Well, it's definitely interesting to see the higher-rated player starting on the back foot after a tough loss to Mist in their previous encounter. Let's see if he can regain that control. Havoc is clutching a thin lead, 2-1 right now. He's definitely looking to flatten out the series after that shaky start. Unreal. He survives by a single health point to secure his third straight win. He's really capitalizing on that rank advantage right now. Mist reacts instantly and picks him off the window. Still leaning on that massive experience gap. Everything's reset now. Mist brings us tied at 3-all. That confidence looks like it's carrying over from their recent match. Another clean exchange. And now Mist has completely flipped the script. He's really putting a damper on that 12 rank right now. He just clears out the ramp with ease, keeping the streak rolling. The momentum is shifting entirely toward the underdog. Havoc answers back from the ramp to keep this contest close. He's managed to keep his composure despite the early pressure. Havoc is really putting on a clinic from the ramp to equalize this set. A nice equalizer for the man sitting at rank 12. Absolutely lethal. He's completely taken over the tempo heading into the final round of the half. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, things are unfolding exactly as we thought they would. Despite those mirroring streaks of 4, the top seed is simply proving too strong right now. Time to swap sides. A fierce battle on the ramp and Mist comes out on top to keep this set tight. That's a fairly steady day's work for the underdog so far. Havoc quickly punishes him for staying on the ramp and extends that lead to 2. He's certainly showing a bit more resilience than in his last outing. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here, completely erasing that ramp position. That's a total shutdown and his momentum is surging as he takes another one. He just can't stop this run, trading blows on the ramp to reach an 11-6 score. He is simply too sharp right now, moving within a hair's breadth of victory. Mist manages to pull a fast one here, delaying the inevitable. A momentary lapse in focus from the favorite. What a finish! He closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. The top seed clearly gets his revenge here after that tough defeat in their last meeting. He just looks too polished today. Lancer holds a slight lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's surprising to see him trailing early given how strongly he's historically performed against this opponent. Let's see if he can flip this momentum around. Goodness, what a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange with a tiny bit of health left. It's a stark contrast to their previous encounter on Dunes. Mist is really starting to pull away now. Lancer's 1005-957 head-to-head lead is showing its influence. Mist is cruising through this a 3-1 lead. He really needs to shake off a tough 50-21 start today. The match is heating up and just about anyone's game right now. He's looking for some consistency after that tough 16-19 day. Unbelievable! That was a complete war of attrition and he just barely managed to survive the exchange. Mist keeps the pressure high with a 4-3 lead. We're seeing some very tight numbers between these two on the ladder. That was an absolute slugfest and Mist manages to clutch out the victory by the narrowest of margins. Lancer digs deep to win a frantic trade, surviving with just a sliver of health. Both of these guys are fighting hard to find a rhythm today. Mist has an overall win rate of 48% across his entire career. That's slightly higher than Lancer's, and it seems like he's really starting to capitalize on that edge here. He'll want to maintain this lead as we approach the halfway point. Lancer and Mist are locked at 6-6. I guess it makes sense given how close their rankings are. I mean, we're seeing exactly the deadlock we expected going into this one. Time to see who blinks first. What an absolute brawl! He manages to edge out the win after both players poured everything into that exchange. Absolutely insane to see him close that out with single digits. Lancer is really playing these rounds fast, quickly taking out Mist from the ramp to get back into the lead. Mist has reclaimed control with an 8-7 advantage. A tough match for both today, as we see from their overall records. What a scramble! Both players were hammering away at each other, but he manages to secure the equalizer. A dead heat moving forward from here. Lancer barely edges ahead, taking a 9-8 command. It's a bit of a rough stretch for Mist late. We are back to a complete stalemate at 9-9. He's certainly feeling the heat after that recent defeat to Havoc. Mist has all the momentum now, putting together a nice little run to grab the lead. He's fighting to move up from that 26th spot on the ladder. What a scramble! He barely manages to survive that chaos to keep his momentum rolling. Lancer has typically been the one coming out on top in these. He has completely seized control of this game, putting his opponent on the ropes. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of the pressure right now. What a finisher! Mist puts an end to this series right now. He really found his second win when it mattered most. Those close calls were just in his favor today. Hard-fought win. Havoc has a massive historical advantage, having won over 70% of their head-to-head encounters. He's carried a lot of momentum into this set after taking the previous map. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can actually find a way to close that gap today. Lancer needs a big play to tie things up at 2-1. The higher rated player is certainly playing to his seed. Lancer is really feeling the pressure now, unable to find any answers for Havoc's speed. Havoc is holding a thin lead at 3-2. Lancer is fighting hard to prove he can hang with a top 12 player. Havoc is really pulling away with the 4-2 cushion. The former really looks like the stronger player today. That was an incredibly fast reaction from Lancer to close the gap. That was a blink and you miss it encounter. Lancer is putting on a clinic right now, quickly leveling the score by capitalizing on those high positions. Havoc secures that one from the wine, keeping things extremely tight as we head into the double digits. We've got a total deadlock at 5 apiece. The lower rated player is refusing to back down today. Lancer just clawed back into the lead at 6-5. The underdog is really flipping the script on this one. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Well, it's a surprising start given the rating gap. Lancer is holding his own despite Havoc's usual edge in this matchup. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer edges ahead, putting Havoc in a tough spot. That's a stark contrast to his recent results today. Lancer has been surprisingly strong today with his 15-20 run in the last 24 hours. It's giving him the confidence needed to push back against a higher rated opponent. He really needs to keep this momentum going to secure the win. We're completely knotted up at 8 apiece. The momentum is shifting back to the favorite. He's just completely shut him down, taking full control of the series again. Lancer answers back immediately, bringing us back to a dead heat. He's definitely making his presence felt against the higher seeded player. Havoc regains the lead, putting him back in charge. He's really staying sharp after that dominant 13-7 set versus Fist. Absolute chaos here with Havoc and Lancer tied at 10. A surprising performance from the lower seeded man today. Havoc takes control from the wine, putting himself in a prime position to close this out. Everything is coming down to the wire now, as these two are just trading blows back and forth. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to put himself in control. He barely walked away from that encounter. Unbelievable. He manages to level the series, forcing this absolute nail-biter into overtime. Havoc is just an inch away from ending this series right now. He's looking strong with 22 wins already in the books today. Lancer just read him perfectly, dragging Havoc right off that Tetris ledge to keep things deadlocked. The raw skill is matching up perfectly right now. Lancer has completely flipped the script, putting himself in a position to close out this series. This series has simply refused to end, dragging us deep into this second overtime. Both these competitors have put in massive hours across the server today. Absolute precision. Havoc secures another flawless frame to put himself in a winning position. Incredible, he manages to scrape through that frantic exchange, clawing back to a dead heat. A complete reset of the board at this point. Havoc just sneaks ahead, taking a narrow 1-point advantage. Lancer earns a reprieve as we hit a 16 all stalemate. Havoc breaks the tie and barely tips the scales. He is definitely asserting his dominance as the top seeded player here. Havoc holds a 2-round cushion over Lancer. Lancer is just starting to fade after that brutal early run. Havoc's now staring down a 3-round lead. He's just too consistent in these long distance battles. Lancer pushed him to the limit in overtime, but it wasn't quite enough today. What a fight! Havoc starts strong by claiming the ramp for an early lead. Mist answers right back, putting the pressure on the favorite with a quick tie. The rating difference is clear, but the match is dead even. Havoc really knows how to use that ramp to put himself in a strong position. A tough match to get into after that fast aim loss. Mist is really starting to put on a clinic with these response times today. A complete reversal from their previous meeting today. Havoc holds a slim lead with 3 rounds banked. The head-to-head history heavily favors him in this rivalry. Both players are locked in at 3 apiece. A really unexpected level of resilience from the lower seed. Everything is moving so fast right now. These encounters are essentially over as soon as they start. Havoc is playing at a high level today with a 23-12 record across the league. And honestly, he's translating that strong form directly into this series. Mist needs a big shift in momentum to stop this sliding start. Hit a stalemate with 5 rounds each. The underdog is really finding some confidence here. Havoc is quick to punish the ramp, putting the pressure back on his opponent. The higher seed is starting to show his class. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Well, the favorite hasn't managed to pull away yet. Mist is holding his own despite that massive historical disadvantage in the head-to-head. Let's see who blinks first. Havoc breaks the deadlock and claims a narrow 7-6 edge. He's certainly putting that rating difference into practice right now. Havoc is looking very comfortable right now, simply refusing to let Mist back into this game. The higher ranked player is truly finding his stride now. He's just completely took over, simply deleting his opponent from the ramp to push the gap to 9-6. He claws back another one here, refusing to let the game slip away. Mist keeps fighting back, making sure this doesn't become a blowout. A gorgeous look from the ramp as he shuts down the momentum and puts the score at 9-8. This is a completely different battle than their earlier clashes. Havoc has managed to secure this lead despite a very competitive showing from Mist. It's clear the pressure of the situation is weighing on the underdog right now. One more push and he could lock this series away. Mist guns him down from the ramp to keep the pressure mounting. Just another example of why he's entered this match with so much confidence. Havoc responds instantly, putting him just a single round away from victory. He's definitely playing like a man who knows he belongs at the top. Unbelievable. He shuts the door with a perfect final exchange to secure the victory. That was an incredible effort from Mist to keep it this close. For so long, he really pushed the champion to the limit today. What a fight. Lancer holds a slim lead in their head-to-head history with a 1005-958 advantage. but that's weighing less than current form right now. He's coming into this after losing 3 straight matches, so he really needs to steady himself early on. What a frantic exchange! Mist barely survives that clash to take a commanding lead. He's simply refusing to let this go, dancing on the edge of defeat. What a fight! Mist survives that slugfest to move to a huge 4-0 lead. That's another match in a row where Lancer's been struggling. Lancer finds his mark from the ramp to get back on the board. Lancer is fighting a tough uphill battle after a rough day. He's showing some real grit here, ending that engagement instantly to keep the momentum moving in his favor. Absolutely effortless, he's just tearing through these exchanges to put the pressure back on Mist. The higher rated player is finally starting to impose himself. Mist answers back immediately with a sharp reflex shot. That was a total shutdown. Lancer walks away completely unscathed to narrow the gap. Both of these guys have been trading rounds heavily today. Lancer picks him right off the ramp to even things up at 5-5. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence now. Lancer is simply on fire, taking full control of this contest as he heads into the break. A massive shift in momentum just before we head for the interval. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it is great to see him shake off that recent losing streak and put himself in the driver's seat. This has been a seesaw fight so far. Mist just outreacted him right off that ramp, and now we've got a total deadlock. He's looking way more stable than he did in that match on Orange. Another clean stop for Lancer, who seems completely unfazed by the early pressure today. A methodical approach here, with the comeback artist extending his cushion to a 3-round lead. Lancer is showing why he's the favorite in this matchup. Mist gets a complete read on him here, refusing to let that gap widen further. A quick, sharp reaction to halt the bleeding. He's showing some serious resilience here, closing out another round to pull within 1. The underdog is fighting back hard from that early deficit. Unbelievable. He manages to scrape through that brutal trade to level the score at 9-9. He is absolutely locked in on the defensive end right now. Just a complete erasure of Lancer's momentum as he takes the lead. Lancer definitely felt better in the first half of this set. Lancer secures the equalizer by popping him off the ramp, bringing us back to a tie. He's proving that his top tier rating is no fluke. He's continuing this strong push, moving himself even closer to the finish line. He's looking far more competitive than during his recent losses. Mist is simply unstoppable right now, putting himself just a single round away from victory. His composure is simply frightening right now. He refuses to fold, striking fast to keep his hopes alive in this set. Absolute chaos in the final exchange, but he digs deep to secure the victory by the skin of his teeth. He really lived on the edge for a few there, but it paid off in the end. A huge result for Mist. What a fight. Lancer draws first blood here, picking Havoc right off that window perch. Lancer is just outclassing him early, quickly shutting down Havoc's attempt to hold that ramp. The lower ranked player is putting on a clinic early. Havoc has a massive historical advantage, having won 71% of their head-to-head meetings. He's definitely the one who knows exactly how to dismantle Lancer's style. Now we just need to see if that mental edge turns into a real lead. Lancer is just too fast right now, catching Havoc completely off guard on that wine box. An unusual look for the lower ranked side of this pairing. Havoc responds quickly, clawing back into this game with a sharp reaction. That was an absolute brawl, but he walks away with another win to narrow the gap. His recent form has been shaky, which makes this bounce back even more impressive. A complete turnaround as Havoc secures the equalizer from the ramp to lock in a tied game. Lancer regains a slim advantage, putting himself back on top. He's certainly looking for a bit of redemption after that tight 16-19 loss. Lancer continues to hold the momentum, cleaning up Havoc from the ramp for another quick round. That's a tough way to start for the higher rated man. He secured another point from the window, showing real grit in this fight back. The veteran is starting to exert his influence now. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is a surprising start given the rankings. He's fighting back hard against the favorite who usually controls this matchup. Fresh start, let's go. He secures a critical point from the wine box, continuing this impressive push back into the game. The underdog's definitely making his mark tonight. Lancer just had a great read on the planks to keep this momentum shifting in his direction. A really surprising result considering that head-to-head record. A spotless encounter for Havoc, who is staying remarkably calm as he closes the gap. That was a lightning-fast exchange to secure the point. He's absolutely on fire right now, completely tying things up with a clean play. Lancer is really fighting the uphill battle here. He's completely shut the door on any hope for a Lancer run, taking an effortless third straight. Lancer answers back immediately, picking him off the wine box to keep things level. He's fighting against an uphill climb with a rating of 1445. Lancer manages to push back a bit here, catching Havoc right as he tried to hold that ramp. He's really fighting a steep hill climb as the 26th seed. Lancer manages to survive a wild exchange and drags the favorite off the wine box for another point. Lancer is keeping his composure perfectly in this high-pressure stretch. He refuses to back down, digging in deep and keeping his hopes alive in this series. A high-impact shot to finally stop that bleeding. He manages to outplay his opponent from the ramp, forcing a dead heat in this series. The momentum has completely shifted since the break. The momentum is firmly with Havoc now, and he is just a single round away from victory. What a clutch play to force the tie, clearing Havoc out from the ramp to push this into overtime. The absolute grit on display here to force another block. Lancer is really squeezing every bit of value out of this momentum to put the pressure back on Havoc. Absolutely refusing to fade into the background for this one. Lancer is just on another level right now, walking away from this clash without taking a single hit. Lancer is absolutely tearing through him right now, extending his run to 4 straight. It's a nightmarish turn of events for the seeded favorite. Havoc keeps the dream alive, outplaying his opponent from the ramp to deny a quick finish. A quick snapshot of how it can go when those shots connect. What a response. He's just completely shut down that rally and keeps himself in this fight. He's putting on an incredible show in the clutch. Unbelievable. Lancer secures the final kill to close it out and seal the victory. He really stepped up his game to reverse the trend in this series. Talk about a huge confidence boost after those recent losses. He had to work for that. Havoc has a massive historical lead with 463 total wins against Mist in this matchup. That dominance usually translates into a significant mental advantage whenever these two meet. It will be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to break that cycle today. Havoc holds a narrow lead as we enter round 4. Mist is playing with a lot of confidence after his win against Lancer. Mist is definitely feeling the pressure now, struggling to put together a consecutive round win. Havoc is just running away with this 4-1 lead. The gap in their current rankings is becoming a factor. That was a frantic exchange, but he manages to outlast the chaos for another round. The gap in their ladder positions is showing early on. A quick reaction there from Mist to pick up another round. He's proving he can hold his own against a top-tier opponent. He's putting up a real fight, securing another one from the box to close the gap. The momentum has shifted since he walked in here today. He's truly on fire, carving through the server to close this gap even further. Absolute perfection. We've got a deadlock at 5-5 as he completely takes over the server. Havoc answers back immediately to reclaim the lead as we approach the break. He is certainly playing like the higher rated seed right now. Havoc goes into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, things are playing out exactly how we thought they would. He's looking steady, though Mist did manage a surprising 4-round run to keep this competitive. Time to see if Mist adjusts. Havoc is maintaining a positive record today. With a 22-13 run over the last day, he's managed to carry that stability right into this match to regain control of the server. It looks like the higher seed is starting to separate himself again. Another lightning fast exchange, and the deficit is down to just 1 round. The underdog is making a serious statement this series. He's simply untouchable right now, bringing the series back to a dead even split. He is completely taking over now, securing a 4th straight victory to claim the lead. Havoc shuts him down fast, bringing the tally back to a dead heat. It's getting tight as we approach the final stretch. Havoc pulls ahead once more, edging at 10-9. He's proving exactly why he's currently sitting higher on the ladder. He's absolutely cruising now, securing another victory from the box to extend his run. A total shutout on this round as he keeps the pressure on Havoc. He really looks like he's refusing to back down. What a response! He completely cleans up the encounter to bring us all the way back to level. Incredible stuff! Mist puts a stop to the rally and is now just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable! A flawless final strike for Mist to complete the comeback and secure the map. He just completely rewrote the script for this rivalry on the dunes. Seriously, he was the clear underdog coming in, but he stepped up when it mattered. What a performance! Lancer leads the head-to-head battle with 1005 total wins, but he's coming off a very fresh loss against Mist in their previous encounter. It'll be interesting to see if that mental edge stays with him for the rest of the set. Mist has the momentum now, leading 2-1. He's certainly showing the form we saw from that 13-11 win earlier. He's just not letting up. That's another one for Mist as he puts a real grip on this opening stretch. A strong response from Lancer, who walks away from that exchange completely unscathed. He's really fighting to close that gap between the two on the ladder. Mist is just dominating, carving out a huge 4-2 lead. The slightly higher rating for Mist is certainly playing a role. Unreal, that was an absolute slugfest and Lancer barely survives the trade to keep this close. He's definitely looking to avenge that loss from their last encounter. Mist has a higher win rate over the last 10 games compared to Lancer, and is clearly translating that form into consistency here. It's a stark contrast to the overall head-to-head, making this early lead feel very justified. What a fight! He barely walks away from that absolute chaotic exchange. He's certainly playing like someone who belongs in the top half of the ladder. Mist pushes the lead to 6-4, staying firmly in control. That's a solid day for him, sitting at 17-20 so far. Lancer is staring down a tough 7-4 deficit. He's really leaning into that ranking advantage right now. We head into the break with Mist comfortably ahead 8-4. I mean, it's a bit surprising given their nearly identical win rates on Orange. Mist is definitely the one playing with confidence right now. Time for Lancer to wake up. Mist is just relentless, extending his lead to 9-4. Tough spot to be in, really struggling to find any answer. What a sequence! That was an absolute war of attrition, with Mist somehow scraping through that chaos. He simply won't break! Mist clawed through that fight to keep his momentum going. And that's 4 in a row, leaving Mist just one step away from victory. The skill gap is on full display right now. A quick reflex shot from Lancer to put an end to that crushing streak. A clean win that gives him some much needed breathing room. He's staying sharp, putting up a fight to keep this set alive. He's definitely showing a bit more resolve now. Lancer is on fire now, securing another victory to keep his hopes alive. Pure tenacity from the trailing player to force a real fight here. Unbelievable. Mist survives a brutal exchange to close out the series. He's really starting to turn the tide in this rivalry, proving that his current form is no fluke. Havoc has historically owned this matchup with a 71% win rate, and honestly, it's not surprising to see him as the favorite. Now the big question is if Lancer can use that narrow victory from their most recent series to keep the pressure on. Lancer is absolutely dominating the pace with a 2-0 lead. The lower rated player is simply refusing to budge right now. A fierce exchange on the ramp ends with Lancer securing another win. Pure chaos for a player who usually owns this match. Lancer is just untouchable right now, strolling to a 4-round lead. That win in their last meeting is really starting to weigh on Havoc. Lancer just won't let up, securing another effortless point to keep the streak rolling. The gap in their ratings is barely showing right now. Havoc finally puts a round on the board, controlling the fight from the ramp. A solid mental reset from a veteran who knows his game. Unbelievable. Lancer claws his way through that fight to shut him down on the ramp, barely surviving with a sliver of health. The momentum from that recent fast-aim clash is still flowing. Lancer is just taking over here, securing another quick victory from the ramp. The 12th-ranked player is really struggling to find an answer. What a scrap! He barely scrapes through that exchange to stay in the game. The experience of the top quartile is starting to show. Lancer is really starting to put some distance between himself and the favorite here. The lower ranked player is completely in his element tonight. Havoc makes the play here, catching Lancer as he tried to hold that ramp. Still recovering from those tough losses earlier today. Lancer takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. You know, everything about this match suggested Havoc would run away with it. He's looking completely lost against a player who's simply playing out of his mind right now. Time to shake things up. Havoc is putting up a lot of numbers for his side today with a 21-14 record. It's clear he's finding the confidence to mount this comeback. If he can keep this momentum shifting, Lancer might find himself in a very tough spot. What a finish! Lancer barely escapes that firefight, eventually picking him off the ramp. Lancer managed to dig deep and secure that one. A complete shutdown of the round as he stays aggressive in his pursuit of the lead. He is fighting hard to close that gap before the end game. Lancer keeps his grip on the lead at 10-7. Lancer is definitely playing with the chip on his shoulder. Havoc gets the jump on him here, erasing Lancer almost instantly. Lancer is really playing spoiler today, denying Havoc any chance to build a real run. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite. Another crisp shot from the veteran, who simply refuses to let this match slip away. He's definitely starting to fight back. Lancer shuts the door on a potential comeback, easily picking him off the ramp to put himself on match point. Lancer secures the map with an absolute banger of a shot from the ramp. He just completely dismantled the history between them today. A massive result for the underdog to pull off a second straight victory over his rival. Havoc makes a strong opening statement by picking Mist right off the Tetris. What a scramble! Mist barely clings to life after a frantic exchange to even things up. Both players are dead even on this map historically. Havoc has historically completely owned his pairing, leading the head-to-head with a massive 463 to 213 lead. So yeah, seeing him struggle right now is quite a shock. He really needs to shake off this cold streak before things slip further. Mist has the edge now with a 3-2 lead. His opponent is coming in with a lot of confidence after that 13-7 victory over Lancer. It's a total stalemate right now, and neither player can seem to build any real momentum. Havoc's really starting to put the pressure on now, and he's looking dangerous from the Tetris. Mist really handled that exchange well, catching Havoc right as he stepped up the ramp. The underdog is really holding his own here. Havoc claws back into a narrow 5-4 lead. He's looking to bounce back from that tough loss on Dunes. Havoc has been cannily active today with a 21-14 record. That puts him in a great position to shake off those earlier losses. He's really starting to assert himself now, and we might be seeing the tide fully turn in his favor. Havoc holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break, and honestly, everything is playing out exactly as expected so far. That 4-round run he put together really separates him from Mist right now. Time to see if Mist can rally. Mist had the better read there, catching Havoc right as he peeks from the Tetris. He's definitely fighting against a bit of a slide right now. Havoc is pulling away now, extending it to 9-5. The rank 12 seed is really starting to flex his muscle. Havoc is just dominating, cruising into a 10-5 lead. He's looking much more like the favorite now. He's on fire, taking control again from the Tetris to put himself on the verge of victory. He's just relentless, claiming another one from the Tetris to reach match point. And that's it. He shuts everything down with a final burst to close out the series. He completely shifted gears after that rough patch earlier today. Honestly, that's just the top seed showing exactly why he's feared. Lancer holds a slight lead in their lifetime head-to-head total, but he's definitely feeling the pressure after dropping 7 rounds to Mist earlier today. It will be interesting to see if that recent memory lingers throughout this series. Lancer is playing just as fast as his opponent, and he really caught Mist out of position on that ramp. The ratings for these two are remarkably close right now. Mist is really starting to take control of the early tempo here. We've got a deadlock with Lancer and Mist tied at 2 apiece. He is putting up a decent fight despite that tough loss earlier. Mist has claimed the advantage now at 3-2. The higher seed is certainly making his presence felt. Lancer is putting a lot of pressure on him from that ramp position. Lancer is really leaning on that overall head-to-head lead today. Lancer barely edges ahead with a narrow 4-3 lead. The underdog is definitely making things interesting today. And just like that, Mist brings us back to a 4-4 stalemate. Both of these guys are remarkably active today. Lancer is refusing to let this slip away, keeping the pressure on high after that narrow exchange. Mist manages to shut down the ramp angle and secure the lead for now. He's really putting those recent high percentages into practice. Mist just nudges ahead with a 6-5 lead. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Lancer and Mist are locked at 6-6. Well, the slight edge Mist had on the map, stats hasn't translated into a lead just yet. This is shaping up to be a complete toss-up as they switch sides. Fresh start for both of them. Mist recaptures a narrow 1-round lead at 7-6. The slight difference in rating is starting to show. Mist is really starting to stack up the wins here, and he's looking very comfortable holding that ramp. His overall win rate on this map is sitting just above 50%. Mist just grabs a tiny edge with an 8-7 lead. Lancer looks determined to erase that loss from their earlier meeting. Lancer fights back to leave them dead even at 8-all. A really sharp response to bring the match back to a deadlock. Mist is really putting together a strong push here, moving just one step closer to closing this out. Absolutely clinical from Lancer to even things up at 9 apiece. A very tough battle considering the difference in their ladder standings. Lancer tried to make a stand on the ramp, but Mist had the better read this time. Mist has been remarkably consistent throughout his matches today. The momentum is really shifting now, and it looks like Mist is in full control of this stretch. Lancer really needs to find an answer to get back in this. These two are just trading blows now, making it almost impossible to tell who has the upper hand. Lancer is keeping a tight grip on this game. Mist just lapped him from that ramp, and now he is one shot away from the victory. Lancer's defense just crumbled in a flash. Lancer keeps his hopes alive by knocking him off that ramp. A huge shake-up to the momentum right as the finish line approaches. Unbelievable. Lancer outdueled him right there on the ramp to force this set into overtime. Pure precision from Lancer, extending that run to 3 straight wins. Mist had a high 60% success rate in his 10 most recent games. He's simply on another level right now, claiming his 4th straight round with total ease. Lancer is simply outclassing everyone right now, reaching a 5-round streak as he moves one step closer to the finish. What a way to close it out. He finishes the job with a flawless final strike to take the game. He really climbed a mountain in that final stretch to get the job done. Just an incredible way to turn this around. What a fight! Havoc has a massive 71% historical win rate in these head-to-head matchups, but the dynamic has shifted lately as Lancer took their last meeting in a tight set. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can keep that momentum going. Havoc is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's looking a lot more comfortable than he did against Lancer previously. Lancer just completely shut him down on that ramp to bring things back to a deadlock. Even with the higher rating, he looks a bit shaken. Lancer can't seem to find a foothold right now, and Havoc is just too quick when they meet on that ramp. That's the kind of form we saw from him against Mist earlier. Both players are completely locked in at free all. Lancer is proving he can handle the pressure against a top 12 player. Wow! He almost let that one slip. He barely survives that firefight to take a narrow lead. The higher rated player is starting to flex that gap. An absolute deadlock now with both players at 4. He's fighting an uphill battle against the number 12 seed here. Havoc edges ahead again to hold a slender 1-round lead. Lancer is fighting hard to match the pace here. Havoc has put up an impressive 21-14 record over the last day. He's clearly finding his stride here. Now that the gap is widening, it feels like he's finally shaking off those early nerves from their previous meetings. Havoc pulls ahead once more to make it 6-5. It's a tough spot for the higher rated player to navigate. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a pretty standard result given his rank. Lancer is staying competitive, but the top seeded player is just a bit more consistent right now. Let's see if Lancer can rally. Unreal he somehow survives that chaotic trade to climb to an 8-5 lead. He's certainly playing with a lot more confidence than in his last matchup. Havoc is just running away with this, sitting at 9-5. Lancer is really struggling to climb out of this hole. Absolute chaos in this exchange. And yet, he manages to come out on top. He's just completely dismantled any hope of a comeback here. A quick correction from Lancer to get back on the board. Lancer is definitely proving he can hang with the high seed. Lancer had that one for a moment, but Havoc just refuses to let this game slide back into a tie. The seed difference is starting to show as he pulls away. Havoc had the momentum, but Lancer shuts that down immediately by catching him as he pushed the ramp. That was a clean blow, and now he's just one round away from victory. Lancer's previous victory over him is looking like a complete outlier now. What a way to close it out! Havoc just seals the deal and secures the win. He really proved his dominance in this set, especially with those clutch low health saves to secure the series. Havoc holds a significant psychological lead with a 69% win rate in their head-to-head history, and honestly, it shows given how cleanly he's dominated their most recent meetings. I wonder if Mist can find a way to break that cycle today. Mist has the edge now, leading 2-1. He's really shaking off that poor run of form today. Both players were trading heavy damage there, but Mist emerges as the survivor to keep this streak going. Havoc answers back instantly with an effortless shot to the head. The top 12 seed is starting to assert himself. Mist is simply untouchable, cruising to a 4-2 lead. The lower ranked player is playing a perfect game so far. Havoc is closing the gap at 3-4. A nice response from the higher rated player to keep things tight. The momentum has shifted completely. Havoc has erased that lead and we are back to a dead heat. A bit of a contrast to his 17-19 days so far. Absolutely ruthless. He's just keeping the pressure on with that third straight round point. A lightning fast exchange and we're all square now. A very resilient effort from the lower rated player so far. Havoc sneaks back in front, moving ahead 6-5. He's showing why he's sitting in that top 12 spot. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Well, it's a tight race, but Havoc is still playing to his status as the favorite. He's managed to weather those early surges from Mist to keep this balanced. Fresh starts for both now. Havoc regains control, pushing his lead to 7-6. He is really making his 22-13 run today look effortless. Havoc is putting on a display of total control, and honestly, it aligns with his massive historical advantage in this matchup. He just seems to have the reads on Mist throughout this whole series. If he can keep this pace, it's going to be a very quick wrap-up. Havoc's pulling away now, sitting comfortably at 9-7. The gap in their ratings is starting to feel real. He is just chewing through these rounds now, reacting faster than Mist can even move. Mist gets a clean look and puts the pressure back on his opponent. That's a vital stop for the challenger. Havoc is really putting the screws to him now, firmly establishing a 3-round cushion. He's showing a lot of heart, shutting that door quickly to keep himself in the game. He's digging deep now, claiming that round from the box to keep the pressure high. The momentum is firmly in the challenger's hands. A huge response to halt the slide, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. Pure composure from the higher seed to shut down that comeback. What a finish! Havoc closes it out with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. Mist really pushed him to the limit this time, putting up a massive fight despite the odd. He's definitely narrowed the gap between them. What a match! Lancer is the historical leader here, winning 51% of their head-to-head encounters. He actually managed to take their most recent match too, which makes this early deficit quite surprising. We'll see if Lancer can get back to that usual control. What a fight! Both players were seconds from death, but Mist just barely walked away with the victory. Lancer digs deep and finds a way to knock Mist off the ramp. Mist had the upper hand coming into this match. Unbelievable. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he barely survives to take a commanding lead. He's certainly looking to shake off those recent losses. Mist is absolutely dominating this series right now. Mist wins another quick fight from the ramp, putting his opponent in a deep hole. Looking for any bit of momentum since that loss to Havoc. A totally untouched execution, continuing his streak of 4. He's definitely taking advantage of his role as the favorite here. Lancer answers back with a tough fight, coming through on the boxes to secure another round. The gap in their current rating is practically non-existent. Mist is looking quite sharp, but looking back at the last day, he is barely above 50% with a 16-20 record. It's clear he's finding far more consistency in this specific set than his recent overall form suggests. I wonder if he can lock this down before Lancer finds a way back into the game. Mist is cruising with a 9-3 lead. Well, this has completely shifted the dynamic since we expected a dead heat. Lancer is struggling to put up a fight despite that head-to-head edge. Time for a total reset. Mist is just relentlessly pushing toward the finish line. Their ratings are virtually identical, making this gap even more surprising. Mist is just too quick today, capitalizing on that high ground to put an immense amount of pressure on Lancer. Lancer manages to hold his ground on the ramp to keep this alive. He's showing a bit more resilience now than in that 7-13 loss. A huge moment here for Mist, putting the pressure firmly on Lancer. Lancer just can't keep those pushes together. He puts up a huge fight from the ramp to stave off defeat for now. It's a tough spot for him to dig out of. He's staying sharp with another clean kill to keep the hope alive. He's definitely fighting to prove those pre-match predictions wrong. Unbelievable. Mist shuts the door with a huge final shot to close out the series. He's really flipped the script on this rivalry, completely erasing that historical edge Lancer usually holds over him. Havoc has a massive edge over Lancer in their head-to-head history, boasting 674 wins. It's definitely a surprising start to see Lancer taking an early lead, given how usually dominant Havoc is in this particular pairing. Lancer holds a narrow 2-1 lead right now. Lancer is playing with a lot of confidence despite that recent rough patch. Lancer is putting on some serious pressure right now, really leaning into this momentum. Lancer is looking sharp despite that rough start to the day. Havoc just secured a great angle on the ramp to keep this match tightly contested. Lancer is really surging ahead with a 4-2 cushion. Lancer is defying the odds after that tough 13-7 loss earlier. Havoc has been putting up some huge numbers lately with a 23-12 record over the last day. The contrast between that recent surge and his start to this match is really startling. It'll be interesting to see if he can finally flip the script here. Havoc finally answers back and brings the score to 3-6. Lancer definitely knows how to hold his ground against him. Lancer is just cruising along with a 7-3 lead. Really shaking things up for someone sitting at rank 25. Lancer is simply relentless, pushing it to 8-3. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the heat right now. Lancer takes a shocking 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, everything about the rankings suggested Havoc should be cruising. This is a complete reversal of the expected dynamic given the skill gap. Time to see if Havoc awakens. Havoc manages to hold a tricky spot on the Tetris to put some points back on the board. He's definitely drawing on a lot of experience with his thousands of career games. Havoc claws back a bit, now trailing 5-9. He is definitely bringing that 70% recent form into play here. Lancer is absolutely dominating, extending it to 10-5. Quickly shutting down that small attempt at a comeback. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Havoc is barely giving Lancer any time to breathe. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on from that heaven spot. Lancer is really fighting the tide now after a tough run of form. Lancer is just refusing to let the momentum shift back in Havoc's favor. Total dominance in the long run, yet he's fighting for his life. Lancer just wipes him off that ramp and is now a single point away from the win. The favorite is simply out of answers here. Havoc puts up a fight with a clean finish to stay in the game. Lancer is showing a surprising level of composure for his ranking. Another clean exchange for Havoc, which gives him some much needed breathing room. His early lead is finally starting to slip away. Unbelievable. He's simply refusing to go down, taking a third straight for a huge push in this comeback. The momentum is shifting completely in this second half. What a finish! Lancer seals the deal with a huge final play to secure the match. He just completely tore up the history books in that series. Truly a phenomenal performance to get the win. What a fight!